What's up, everybody? Javy Martinez here. I am the co-founder of Sports Media Promotions. We are a social networking experience for Dallas Cowboy Player Talk Show. I am here today because I am hosting the Shaping Software Outsourcing for Startups by Glorium Technologies. So I want to take some time to welcome everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. If you don't mind sharing in the chat your name, where you're from, your startup, if you're a founder, what your role is. I'd love to learn where everyone's kind of tuning in from. So I'll kind of start to set the pace. Like I said, my name is Javy Martinez. I'm from Dallas, Texas. I'm really excited. This is my 5th time coming back with Glorium Technologies for the virtual summits this year, hosting or co-hosting. So thank y'all for bringing me back. I really appreciate it. Really helping me conquer my fear of public speaking. So, without further ado, I kind of want to jump into the summit and kind of talk about a little bit what we'd be going over today. And Andrei, the founder of Glorium Technologies, will be joining us first, and he'll be kicking off the summit with a 15-minute kind of conversation about kind of what they're doing and their vision and kind of why they host these events and what the outcome of these events have been so far. I think they're on their 6th or 7th one, if I'm not mistaken. So haven't seen anything come in the chat yet, but so just a little run of the day. We are only doing a 1-day event this time versus 2 days. Like I mentioned before, this event's over Shaping Software Outsourcing for Startups. We have a really unique lineup of speakers that will be taking us in different directions, providing us content, insight, and hopefully some educational entertainment content that we can utilize and kind of execute on our businesses. So if you do get a chance, head over to the website. They do, Glorium Technologies has put a free ebook together, and I downloaded it, took a look at it this morning. Really interested, excited to dive into it a little bit later. But like I mentioned, 7 speakers today. We will be kicking off here very, very soon, like with Andrei joining us first. So if you don't mind sharing, what you are looking forward. Is there a speaker, a specific topic? I will definitely love to learn more. So is this your first time coming back, or is this the first time ever? Feel free to share in the comments. While we wait, I like to kind of give my thoughts about some of these topics. Given that I get to interact with a lot of these speakers, I think it's really interesting the amount of people that are behind the scenes in a lot of these early stage startup companies that are doing some really great things that no one's really talking about. So hopefully we're utilizing this platform to spotlight those people and kind of bring a little bit more awareness and exposure to them. So for me personally, I'm really looking forward to the conversation over communication practices when outsourcing. I think I'm someone that has the blessing and the curse of being able to over communicate. So overall, I think for me, learning some sort of like system that I can create that I can, hopefully automate and scale as I grow my business, that would be very insightful for me. But I will be introducing Andrei here in the next 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you again for everyone that has joined us. It's an absolute pleasure to meet you. Grateful that you're spending your day with us. If you're coming in and out, be sure to share this on your social via LinkedIn, Twitter. Tag someone that you think could benefit from this event. At the end of the day, we're just trying to provide value and hopefully in a fun and educational way. So, Andrei, if you're ready, I'd love to introduce you, my friend. Welcome you to the event. How's it going, Andrei?
It's going good. Thank you. Thanks for the introduction and all of this information about the event. So I'm ready.
Let's do it. Are we just waiting on our speaker for you're speaking first, and then we have a speaker starting at here in 1 minute, or do you have the first 15 minutes?
I go first, right?
Awesome. All right. Well, I'll let you introduce yourself, and thank you. I will be stepping out. See you in a little bit.
All right. Yep. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks, Javy. So welcome everyone. I'm really happy to open our Shaping Software Outsourcing for Startups Summit, and it actually, it became almost a tradition for us, for our company. This is already a 5th summit that our company is organizing in pretty, relatively short period of time, just a bit under a year. So we're on a good roll. There is definitely an interest, and we'll continue doing this. So just a couple of words about myself. So my name is Andrei Kasyanau. I'm a CEO of Glorium Technologies. So Glorium Technologies is the company that's organizing this summit. And we at Glorium, actually, it is our core business to do the outsource software development. We have been doing it for over 12 years by now, and almost 12 years by now. And we have earned quite enough trust and respect from our customers, and we have been included into the list of Inc. 5000 for like three years in a row, which is a big achievement. That's the list of the fastest growing companies in North America. And basically just proves that we have been able to succeed in the area of the outsourced software development. And that's pretty much one of the reasons why we're organizing the event on this topic. And so we have been quite long in this industry, and we have been helping startups to develop and improve their products. And our core focus actually for our for our business is the startups. So we are trying to narrow down our focus on the niche and help the startups to develop and improve their products. And another reason also why we organized this summit is the economic downturn that has recently happened. And we thought that it brings additional challenges for the startups. And we can talk about outsourcing as one of the creative ways to battle those challenges, to stay afloat, and maybe one of the creative ways to restructure or pivot whatever you currently need or whatever you currently do, right? So obviously there are many other conferences around discussing software development and outsourcing, and there are many of them. But what we try to do, we don't want to be very theoretical. We want to bring the practical information over here. And we invite the speakers who have practical and personal experience in this field, who have done their own mistakes, and they can share the information and their learned the experience that they have learned from their engagement in outsourcing. And this is basically, we are expecting a very down to earth and practical solutions and advices that they can share with our audience. Okay, so, and also another thing is that many of other conferences, they are that are very broad. We want to focus everything on the startups, on the tech startups, so which will bring much more value to our audience than talking on this topic about all of the broad applications of outsourcing. So now also setting the stage for the summit, what I want to do, I want to mention a couple of things that actually are shaping the startup world right now, and that directly affect the software development teams right now at this very moment. I mentioned already those things during our previous summit. It was a startup growth summit, but I think that right now it makes sense to repeat some of those points over here as well, because they are quite important in order to understand where we're at right now, what is happening with the startup world, and what is needed right now in this area, just to kind of what precedes all of those advices and information that are going to be given by our speakers. So let me start by number one, which is quite obvious, It's the record funding rounds actually that happened during the last year in 2021. According to the Crunchbase, actually over the course of 12 months in 2021, investors put roughly $330 billion into startup investments across all stages. And this is what's important to understand. This is the money that are being used right now at this very moment by majority of startups in order to build and grow their products. So never before in history, actually, we saw such a massive investment into the new technologies. And of course, investors have very high expectations after deploying so much of their funds, of their money. So we definitely see certain pressure for the software development teams because of that. And I have to mention that after the heated 2021, we see a cool down 2022. The inflation is skyrocketing, the financial markets are down, Nasdaq itself is down 30% from the beginning of the year, with 5% falling down just from yesterday. We'll see where the trading goes today, but I mean, this is quite important and interesting news that we're seeing. Of course, it was showing certain signs of growth before, but still, we also see the startup valuations going down. The funding has slowed down. In Europe alone, the funding is actually down almost twice. And VCs issue the dire warnings to its founders to save the money and slow down the growth by prioritizing the cash reserves to survive the potential prolonged market meltdown, potentially. But at the same time, interestingly, the VCs don't have absolutely any trouble raising money for their funds from private investors. According to some of the reports, the cash reserves for VCs are at the historically high levels at the moment. So basically, they have the money, but they're not deploying them right now. They're waiting, and they're using them only making the targeted investments. This is quite interesting. But nevertheless, the global technology spend is projected to grow. Rates of inflation and geopolitical disruption and talent shortages, they're not expected to slow the IT investments. Worldwide IT spending is projected to total $4.4 trillion in 2022, and which is an increase of 4% from 2021, according to the latest forecast by Gartner. And the software spending out of this is expected to grow 9.8% to 675 billion in 2022. And IT services is forecasted to grow 6.8% to reach 1.3 trillion. What's more, the numbers for 2023 are expected to be even higher. All of this actually points out that there is indeed a room for doing business and building new products, releasing new technology for the tech startups. So the market is there ready to consume whatever startups have in their pockets. And the number 5 that I want to mention, the last one, the point is that easing conditions with a labor shortage, which was especially felt in the tech industry. So finding the top talent still remains one of the biggest problems faced by the tech startups, but overall the conditions have improved. Everyone, of course, heard about the recent tech layoffs, but the scale of those tech layoffs are not, is not that critical. It's not that much. The situation has definitely improved in the job market. It has eased a little bit, so not everyone is going totally crazy about finding the new talent, but situation is not basically, it has definitely improved in this respect. So to sum up, like all of this, taking it all together, the startups actually find themselves in the market where they get squeezed between the investors with high expectations, increased business and management pressure to demonstrate the efficiency and output, and of course in worsening market conditions, but still money are being potentially available for the best of those, right? So quite a challenging to be here in this market, quite a challenge to navigate this environment, but it is what it is. So this is where currently the startups are, and again, this is my view, my analysis on the market. You may find maybe a lot of different opinions and overviews from different sources. So now you would ask, what does it have to do with outsourcing, right? And in my view, it's simple. Many startups consider the outsourcing as a powerful tool to boost their performance or to meet the deadlines, or even to help them to pivot their products or their businesses. And right now, in the current situation, for many of the CTOs and CEOs of startups who didn't use the outsourcing much or didn't use it at all before, it may be a viable solution to rebuild their roadmap, to review their current activities, restructure their teams, and do whatever they need to do in order to navigate their current market conditions, in order to not only stay afloat, but to excel in what they do, right? So, and it's no doubt that outsourcing is an effective tool, and it grew from something like very exotic in the beginning of 2000 to a complete norm today. And especially it was fueled by the fully remote setup that was forced by a pandemic. So, but still, I should say, as a side note, if you talk to different people about outsourcing, if you do the search, try to see what's going on there and get some information, you'll hear a lot of many horror stories, I would say, that people tell about outsourcing, how their experience went, very bad with outsourcing, how they burnt the money without almost any outcome. And I would say it is always related to certain mistakes that that people make when outsourcing. From my personal experience and from the experience of the company that I run, from Glorium Technologies perspective, I should say we met quite a lot of customers and the clients who told us those stories, and I don't know, I wouldn't throw the number, but I would say anywhere between 5 and 10 clients we have onboarded that have migrated from other vendors to us, and with the complaints that their business, their outsourcing didn't go well, and they basically previously failed, and they were very hesitant on onboarding a new vendor, but still it went well. So I'm just saying that there are always mistakes. Like sometimes those are dire mistakes that people do when they make outsourcing, and this is what we want to talk about today. A lot of do's and don'ts in outsourcing, to share the experience, so that you guys do not make the same mistakes. Not only you don't make same mistakes, but you do things properly so that you excel in this, and use this tool properly, so that it really helps you to grow your business, to grow your product, and get you to the top of the market, right? So this is the expectation from the summit. So we do expect from our speakers to hear what startup players really need. So no generic topics, no high level issues, like something very specific to the outsourcing and to for the startups, and focus on the challenges that are being relevant for the startup software development outsourcing at this very moment of time. So experience basically from the trenches. This is what we want to hear, and the list of topics, quite broad, I would say, and you should hear about how to properly make a decision whether to outsource or to not outsource, the tips on choosing a vendor, or how to properly start the process, onboard a new vendor, how to properly scale up by using outsourcing, the issues with communication and management of the outsourced team, how to be agile with outsourcing, the models of the tech development, its pros and cons, the tech outsourcing in different industries, and so on and so forth. So I'm very excited to hear all of that, and I hope it will all bring the positive, not positive, helpful information for all of our listeners and for all of the attendees of our Startup Summit. And it's all absolutely free, right? So sit back, listen, and enjoy, and don't forget to share with your friends and your coworkers, right? So really hope that our wonderful speakers will be able to share their valuable experience, and I'm excited to hear what they have prepared. All right, so let's begin. Over to you, Javy.
Hey guys, thank you, Andrei. Appreciate your time, and obviously what y'all are doing, putting these events on for the founders and all the people that are joining y'all's community every day. So I mean, I've gotten so much knowledge the past. I mean, this is our fifth or sixth event together now.
Fifth.
Yeah, that's
counted.
It's really interesting, obviously how this all came together. So I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to meet you and your team and just kind of learn a little bit more about what y'all are doing, how y'all are helping startups. It's really unique. And especially as we go through these tough times, right? I mean, like these are like, I like to say, diamonds are made under pressure, right? But a lot of businesses will have obstacles that we'll have to overcome, many that will be first time. And now more than ever, do we need to work together, collaborate, communicate, and having a system, a process that can be, automated and scale in a very process-driven way could really help, a lot. I know I've had a fair share of nightmare stories with outsourcing. So
that's just I specifically try to talk about it. I don't know, always. It's just something happens to someone, but again, this is the reason for that is the mistakes that people are making, of course. So we really hope, as you said, at this difficult time to give all this proper information, helpful information to all of the attendees in order for them to use this tool wisely and properly so that it helps them in growing their business. Absolutely.
Yeah. So I think, don't want to cut you off early, but, I think our first or our second speaker is here, ready to join us. So Andrei, I know you're going to be coming back at the end of the day. So I'll be excited to see you here this afternoon. We'll get this show started and just kind of, make it a very impactful and fun educational event for everyone, right?
Yep. Thank you, Javy.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I hope you have a great day.
Thanks. Too.
Awesome, guys. While we wait for our speaker to come up, I'll kind of go over a little bit about his topic and his background. Strohush, he is going to be talking about step-by-step instructions on how to successfully outsource product development based on best practices of more than 50 startups. So he has a really, unique background, 13 plus years in IT, a lecturer, a speaker, growth hunter, which I've never heard. I'm curious to learn a little bit more about that, and an independent IT consultant. So as we wait while he jumps on, if you have any questions throughout the keynote, hi, how's it going?
Hi, pretty good.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us today. Really excited to have you.
I'm also real pleasant, really good event. I hope that it will be maximum fruitful for everyone who join us, because a lot of information will be covered today with all speakers. So really must-have conference ever.
Yeah. So before we kind of jump into a quick little intro about yourself, I'm kind of gave the audience a little context about your topic and a little bit about the background that I came across, via LinkedIn and whatnot. So, what better way than, you introducing yourself and telling us a little bit more about you. I'll let you take the mic. And I don't know if you saw my notes, but we have 40 minutes. Your stop time is at 9:55 a.m.
Yeah,
Eastern. Sorry, I'm Central. I get confused. I'm trying to figure out all the time zones, so I'm not sure where you are exactly. About 40 minutes, usually about 20 to 25 minutes keynote, and then leave 5 to 10 minutes for Q&A. If there is Q&A, try and keep the questions to the end, unless you want them to be engaging throughout. It's up to you. This is your run of show, so I'll let you take the mic. Thank you so much for joining us, and I'll see you here in a little bit.
Okay, awesome. Everything looks absolutely clear. So where to start? Firstly, about my topic. So today we will cover a step-by-step instruction on how to successfully outsource the product development, and a little bit. Yes, it was already mentioned. So I really had a huge experience, especially in the startup way. I personally consulted over 300 startups in different technical development. There will be startups that were really successfully and bring me a lot of money, and now I'm in a new startup. I'm on this with startups. So today I will just share maximum practical knowledge cases which have startups that I was practical had. And regarding the agenda, so topics that
sorry to cut you off, Lottie. Sorry to cut you off. We are kind of like staticky a little bit. Your mic, you keep going in and out. I'm not sure if I'm the only one experiencing that or others are as well, but I just wanted to let you know and be aware of that. But sorry to interrupt. Just wanted to get back to you.
No problem. It's a list of our topics for today. So I will cover when to start, what exactly to structure, the sectors takes cooperation, when to switch to own development, and how to plan scaling. I would just back to myself. Okay, awesome. I can see myself. Let's start from the very beginning. When to start development? The main problem here is some obvious things that all startups think about that. I need to create some MVP, and after that I will go to the market, I will get billions of investment, etc., etc. And a lot of startups in the very beginning of their way, due to a lot of efforts to develop their MVP, they're going through the wrong way, but they don't know that. They are so absolutely sure in their idea. They're so absolutely self-confident that it's the best idea ever, and it should be done only in this type of way, that they even doesn't possibly think that it couldn't work. It should be working absolutely another way, etc. So they just starting according of their MVP, and then with those MVP go to the market. They wasting a lot of time, a lot of resources, and when they go to the market, they're whoops, no one have think about that. They doesn't work. The product should be go to absolutely another way, and then just to make those changes, a lot of startups owner just hands go down. Oh, I put so many efforts, so many money, so many much time. I wouldn't proceed with that, etc., etc. So don't think that you should already have some MVP and only after that you go to the market. No. Pretty enough, just some general idea how everything should work, make some briefly pitch and start going to all events, to all pitches, presentation, send to everyone. If you think that there is only one first impression and there would be no another chance to go to the market, it's wrong. Market is huge. There is so huge amount of different conferences, etc., that it's absolutely no problem. More of that, if you go to each conference again, and again, then everyone will recognize you and know about you. Some practical use cases regarding that. I don't know, maybe half of my startups that were going to the market after they developed the MVP, they absolutely changed everything. Even my last own project that was really successful, bring $1 million, in the first version, if compares the first version of this product and what is really now in this very moment, it's absolutely another project. Absolutely everything is another, only the same direction, and that's it. So from very beginning, if you are going to think when it's time to develop MVP, after market confirms that it's a good idea and everything goes on the right way. So firstly, put pitch deck, go to 5-7 conferences, pitch to few angels, pitch to few founds, go to some open mics, etc. And only when a big range of people will confirm your idea, give you some feedbacks, only after that you can develop the MVP. And I absolutely guarantee you that you will get a lot of comments after that. Your idea how the MVP should looks like will be absolutely in different way. So don't hesitate to get some feedbacks from the market and start development only when you are already checked and super sure how it should be. Only after feedback from the market, only after feedback from some potential investors, etc. Without it, don't start development. You can lost a lot of time and resources. Now let's go a little bit close to what exactly to outsource. So I already have some market proof. I have some positive comments. I visited a few conferences. They told me, okay, you're on the right way. A few comments how to change something, and I'm ready to start outsource. And I have now the decision this very moment. What should I do? Should I do it by my own developers, or should I outsource someone, etc.? Of course, from very beginning, if you are trying to get some in-house developers, there is a lot of problems with that because they are not so much responsible as from company side. Because if you take some personalities, it's personality. It's a single developer that can in any time told, it's not interested for me. Google just called me and tell, hey, I have a job for you for $20,000 per month. I go to another job, etc. If you are cooperating with some company, fully outsource your development, then this company is absolutely responsible for the final result. They will do everything really good. And that's why when you are very starting to have a lot of risks connected to the people, it's not the best idea. So it's very good option to outsource this development and outsource to professionals. And this outsourcing really bring a lot of positive, because more of that, if you outsource from some IT company who have already experience in this direction, then you get not only some developers that bringing you some code, you get some expertise, and they can told you how to move to the right way, to the right direction, etc. They even can help with pitch deck, with another nuances, with a roadmap, etc. That's why you don't outsource a guy who will make some code. You outsource a group of professionals that will help you from a lot of another direction. And the question, what exactly to outsource? Development of some functionality, design, some another part, because whole time there is a lot of these questions like, I have a lot of comments regarding how I see the design of my application, so better I would take some in-house designer, he will draw me all screens how I wanna, and after that I will outsource on the development. Or from another hand, I would like to outsource the design, and developers I would like to hire in-house. So a lot of different point of view regarding that. But if to be maximum honest with you, it's better to outsource everything from one place. Then you will be absolutely confident in responsibility from those side. Because whole time in outsourcing, the main problem when you have a few vendors from different directions, they like to put fingers to each other. It's your responsibility, it's your fault, etc. And when you tell, hey, what's this design? I was waiting so long. You told me 1 week and I'm waiting already for 1 month. because we're waiting from developers, they should provide some comments, etc. Developers, why haven't finished? Because another team making testing all the solution and they still haven't provided us result, etc. So a lot of nuances, conflicts during outsource process if you outsourcing to few companies. Absolutely, there can be some moments where you find a super cool design companies that are really awesome, but they don't develop. And you find a perfect development team, they don't do design. And you think that those two items are not connected with themselves. But in the very last moment, or we haven't thought that for our functionality, we need to draw some another screen, how it works. Please go to designer, or designer draw something that is not very good for development. Again, conflicts, pointing fingers to each other. So if you wanted to be sure that the part to whom you put outsourcing will be fully responsible and no way out to say it's not my fault, so everything should be outsourced only to one person, only to one company, and they should have full responsibility regarding all this stuff. Let's go next. How to choose a contractor. It's the most simpler item, I think, here. In true experience of this contractor, and it should be especially experience in working with startups, and perfectly if have experience in working with your domain. Why is critical to have experience working with startups? I had a lot of use cases when startups found some huge international company, more than 100,000 engineers that have coded a lot of international projects, and it's the best company ever to code, but no experience working with startups. They don't know some specifics, that there should be some moments when you critically need in some very moment to add some functionality, to change your roadmap in the middle of roadmap, to bring some new features, to bring some additional comments, etc. So your contractor should have in his portfolio at least 7-10 startups with which he worked. And the second one, expertise in your direction. Because you can find someone who is working with startups, but only in few direction and wasn't working in your direction. So it's a huge plus that he's experienced in working with startups, but domain direction is really matter. If they had another project in healthcare and your project is healthcare, then definitely they can make a lot of comments for you how to make it working properly, to be it absolutely in the right direction. They provide a lot of comments about the logic because they had some similar project in this direction. So doesn't matter what is the size of the company, in what country it's located, not another some stuff. The main point here is portfolio, and in this portfolio should be startups, and perfectly startups from your area. So don't hesitate to search more and more companies, try to find them in different resources, because it can be the best company ever, but without working in startups, it will be a huge problem. So find those one who is focused on working with startups, and you will get your perfect match, perfect development, a lot of comments how to make everything even better. So it's the main point here. Now let's go to secret sauce of successful cooperation, and I think it's really connected with typical mistakes in the cooperation. So I would a little bit mix those items. First of all, it's your technical vision, technical documentation, how everything should be done, how everything should work. It's very important here. And all startups that I have experience work with, they just came and tell, sorry, I have no time for bringing technical requirements. Here's high-level idea. Just shut up, take our money, and start to code everything for us, because we know that we have only 1 month to create MVP. After that, another company can go to the market. We need to start us up, etc. And cause of that is a lot of miscommunication, a lot of items that wouldn't be done, and both parties would be unsatisfied with each other. You will get wrong code, etc. So if you're ready to start development, first and the main point here, to write technical requirements. They should be detailed with high-level wireframes, with described functionality, how it should work, etc. Never start with, here is high-level idea, start code. Always there should be a detailed technical requirements first. Second one, it's very obvious thing, but whole time when you struggle with MVP, you try to put a lot of functionality there. MVP should be really MVP. It should be from first letter, minimal. You should put there as minimum functionality as you just can. And I would just, it will be funny, but example, it was 8 years ago, one of first startup with which I started to work. They wanted to create another version of Facebook, bigger, faster, cooler. They had a lot of money. They had an awesome idea, and they definitely had all opportunities to become a better Facebook and leave this Facebook very far away and be now #1 social network in the world. But what the situation was, we have 3 items that are perfect for us, but we want to add this item more, to add a few more features, etc. And development of their MVP took 2 years. 2 years we were developing the MVP for them. And after 2 years, the main person in this company, it was 3 months before the launch of MVP, told, you know, I'm not more interested in that. I want to now go to absolutely another business. And this startup haven't started at all. A lot of another cases I have when the startup's owner starting to develop more and more features, and then in one moment they realize they are out of money for another development, no money for marketing, even for visiting some potential angel. When they were trying to create some little feature, and this little feature take additional months, and some another company enters the market. So very important here, really to be minimalistic. Try to make it as minimum as possible. One of best cases, for example, we had one platform that had some functionality, but to see this functionality, you need to log into the system. And there was confirmation that you're a real person, confirmation with some identity data that were automatically proceeded. And we were not coding this full login or registration system. It was just clickable prototype. And when you enter inside, then you see the main feature of the product. So we even skip coding login system. And every startup, especially SaaS startup, starting from let's code how you create your own profile, because we will get a base of users that log in. So start from coding login. No. Just put one main feature which brings some profit to your user, and that's it. It's your real MVP. Everything else doesn't matter. So very important point here. Typical mistakes, and in the same time secret sauce. MVP should be really MVP. Cut off everything that you can. Just super minimalistic. After you put it to the market, after you got the first feedback, okay, you have your right for roadmap, first, second, third, 4, 5, 15 version, no problem at all. But MVP should be really so minimal as it is. Okay, what else I can add here? what also typical mistakes? It's changing your roadmap on the way. Of course, you already start presenting your solution to some funds, to some potential investors, to the market. You got some first feedback, and you understand in this very moment that, okay, we were doing this feature, but need we now very in this moment change everything to another direction to create something another one. But if you started all these changes of your roadmap, etc., then and especially ASAP. Always we need to do it for yesterday. Developers are such kind of person that they're trying your best to satisfy you, but they in their mind already have some direction how it should be, and all these changes can broke something, can make something working in not fully properly, change timelines, but you will know the timelines were changed only after they are changed. That's why it's pretty hard then to get everything in one place. That's why don't change your roadmap very fast with a lot of items. Just give your developers to finish what should be done, to put it on the market, and then by another sprint to do all needed changes. And especially, again, going to my previous item, MVP, super minimalistic, and it will be awesome, and no more comments will be sent there. Also, very widespread problem. It's thinking that you know everything better than everyone other because your product is the best one, and especially it connect design part. Sorry, but if those designers create more than 100 projects and those projects are awesome, successful, and a lot of likes on the market, then don't think that you, with your point of view, better than they know their job. So if you wanted to get successful MVP, just let professionals do that, and professionals will do everything in this way that it should be done perfectly. So just let them do all the stuff. Let's switch to next point. It's when go to own developers. Important question here. Try to do that as late as possible, and the better after you already have done MVP and created a second, third version, you deployed it, everything works, so you have already traction, etc. You should try to bring your own developers maximum later. I know that after you put it MVP, you think, okay, I've paid them this amount of money. Oh, it's so many. I want to just have not so much spending. Let's from our after MVP put our in-house developers. But those teams that created MVP perfectly know how everything works. And after first feedback from the market, after you realize how the first version should be changed in another direction, they can do it quickly and professionally. So no time wasting for onboarding, for understanding how everything works, to thinking how to code it better. So try to live with your outsourced company as long as it's possible. And the main trigger here, when you will be ready to switch to inside developers, when you have a stable roadmap for more than 6 months, and you are absolutely sure in this roadmap, and there is no option that the development can stop. Because if development stops, that means that you have developers that not sure what they to do, but you should pay them salary, etc., etc. So roadmap for 6 months, already launched MVP and some another first, second version. And it's that moment when you can start to involve in-house developers. And also, it's very important knowledge transfer stage. That's why don't cut all developers in one moment, just smoothly. Firstly, 1-2 developer, just they have a possibility to cooperate with whole team. But again, conflicts that I told before, they can point finger to each other. That's why this knowledge transfer phase should be 1 month, no longer. So smoothly start in 1 month to bring member by member to your team, and after knowledge transfer, you can just start using your own developers. But you should realize that there should be roadmap for 6 months, and you should be fully confident that there will be no stoppers in the work. And the 7th item for today, how to plan scaling. Very important issue in startups. It's absolutely not working at all, because a whole time after each conference, after each pitch to potential angel, you have another point of view, what will be the direction of your startup, what to put to another milestone, how to proceed with something, etc. So everything can be changed. That's why it's pretty hard to plan scaling, but you should plan scaling not from point of view of development, because it's the main problem of all startups. They are focused on development. They think that development is the main goal and we should concentrate on that. In true development, only few percentage from the startups. The main point is marketing, communication, salesman, etc., etc., etc. So when you realize that your MVP is ready to the market, is started to go into the market, you have positive feedback, you understand that you will proceed on this way and everything is absolutely right in right direction, then you can start thinking about that how you will scale, but in not development side, but from your team. Okay, I need a salesman. It should be some awesome guy. He should work 1 month, provide some first result. After that, I can hire 2 more salesmen that are junior, but those senior will help them to work on the right way. I should have marketing. I should have advertisement. I should have some additional position in my startup that help me develop. I should hire some support and try from very beginning of this road of adding additional people, not development side, how it should work in 1 year. Because from very beginning, there was a lot of issues like we need to put some phone in our support and everyone will call this phone, but think on the future, would be a lot of calls or not a lot. Maybe to start with not some simple SIM card from our phone, but with some CRM systems that will automatically put your all calls to one place, to storage, to understand who calls, why calls, etc. If you want to work in the sales, also think not let's start from Google Sheet and then maybe go to some CRM. From very beginning, start using some CRM to understand is suitable for you or not, to have enough time to change it, etc. So when you are considering how to scale up your startup, you should be really understand how it should work in 1 year, when it will just be in some level, and don't make some grounds error. Just from very beginning, try to make it on the right way, and then when time will came to make it much more higher, cooler, then you'll be absolutely ready for that. Okay, I briefly go through all my points here. I have a lot of items more to tell you, but I think that it will be much more productive to jump and take more time to our QA session. So I'm open to your questions and will be happy to answer them.
How's it going? Thank you so much for that and your time. And that was a lot of information, but that was super insightful. So I definitely got a lot of value from it. I appreciate that. Let's open up the floor a little bit for several questions before we move on to the next speaker. So if you have a question, please drop it in the chat. And if you don't mind me asking, how can people connect with you? Is it via LinkedIn, Twitter? Are you online? What's your current status as far as connecting with people over digital?
I'm always open to any connection. I really like to communicate with startups. When someone came to me and, hello, we are on the very beginning of our road, what we should do, I will be always happy to assist, to provide some comments, etc. Because I like networking for me is something awesome stuff, and always when you try to help someone, you just realize for yourself how to make something in another way in your own product, etc. So I like networking, always open for that, and you can reach me anyway, LinkedIn, any another source, doesn't matter. I'm always open to write back and to jump into conversation.
So while we wait, I feel you on that. I'm the same exact way. Unfortunately, it's gotten to the point where, like, especially on LinkedIn, I get a lot of automated like requests. And to be honest, like, if someone's gonna take the time out of their day to like send me a request, and I'm gonna take the time to like at least let them know like whether I want to accept them or not. And what I mean by that is like, you can obviously tell who are there for like, business development purposes and, prospecting and whatnot. And like, that's cool. And I respect the hustle, but like, I really don't want to get spammed because you're not the only one. There's like 138 other ones waiting for me to say the same thing too. So, it's sometimes you just get to a point where you're just like, oh my goodness. Right. And you just want to be like, just stop messaging me. But, being polite and just saying no, thanks, don't have the bandwidth. But something to take from that is that I host startup events across the country. I did it with Cam for the last 18 months. And now, I'm doing more virtual stuff. This is my 6th time doing with Glorium Technologies, hosting their summit. And to me, it's really interesting because, we have a very diverse group of speakers that are coming to join us, and everyone has a different background. So like, for me, at the end of the day, it's just like, how can I make sure that like I make a positive influence with the people that are joining us, the attendees, but also like the speakers. And, connecting with them offline is something that, I've definitely taken advantage of. And like, a lot of really interesting things are happening and have happened from that. So if I can share like one helpful tactic when prospecting, at least from my perspective, is like, just for better lack of terms, just shoot your shot, right? Like, literally, like, if you want something, like, DM them, ask them, right? But offer it in a way that you're adding value to them and it's mutually beneficial. Otherwise, most people are very busy and don't have the time. So if you can make it something that's obviously enticing for them, because, I don't know about you, but because I get to go to all these different cities and host these events, it's really interesting to me how every startup ecosystem is so different. I was just in LA, I live in Dallas, 2 completely different ecosystems, right? So as we move into 2023 here in the next couple of months, like, what advice do you have for founders as we start to go through this quote unquote like recession? Like, I'm a very tactical person, so from like a very tactical perspective, like, what's that one piece of advice that like, you would tell your like 21-year-old self, with the knowledge that you have today?
Yeah, really. By the way, you had on the very beginning, I just remember quick question, growth hunter. What is that? It's some slang word. It's connected like hunting for growth. The main goal of this person is helping to grow. Because, for example, I don't know, IT company, we have 20 engineers. We are thinking how to become a company with 100 engineers, but we don't know how. And then growth hunter came and let's go to this market, bring this client, bring those guys, and it's a goal to help the growth.
That's interesting. So it's funny because so I came up I came up with like my persona of what a growth hunter is, like, in my eyes, prior to like having this conversation. And like, to me, I call it a growth, and this might be a little, PG-13 rated R, but like a growth digger, and that's kind of like the terminology that I came up with, and it's just like someone who's constantly just digging for growth, right? Just like, no matter what, you're constantly improving. It's a work in progress. You're constantly evolving, So, that's when you know that you're growing. Once that stops, you might be in trouble a little bit. So as we have a minute left, what parting piece of advice do you have for everyone joining us? Thank you so much for joining us again. And I wish you your family to stay safe and healthy during these times. But what would you like to leave everyone with?
Yeah, the main things that I would like to get like a message to everyone who is starting their way in startups: don't waste your time, start now. Because a lot of cases when I need to describe my idea in more details, I need to create a perfect pitch deck, I need to create something, blah, blah, blah. Or the main problem also, I need to create an LLC. Without LLC, I couldn't go to the market. What? So don't waste your time. Do today something for your startup, not inside yourself. Go to any, I don't know, conference, to anything. Just came to anyone who was a speaker, speak with someone, share your idea as maximum as possible. And doesn't matter that you have no pitch decks, that you have not detailed the script, how your startup should work. What you just have, elevator pitch, 30 seconds, without any slides, anything. So just have the 30 seconds pitch, go to as much person as you have already today, bring feedback already today, and then when the time will come to create a pitch deck, some another point, you will have already a really good essential feedback from the market. So start doing your startup today. Thanks. And always happy to assist. Feel free to write me in LinkedIn. I will be always happy to help everyone.
Awesome. Thank you so much again for joining us. And if you don't mind, if you want to drop your LinkedIn or Twitter or whatever handles you want in the chat so everyone can connect with you, and, kind of connect everyone together. So thank you again for joining us. We're going to move on to our next speaker. So have a great day.
Thanks. See ya.
See ya. Drazen, how's it going today?
Hello. Hi.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Are you able to hear me fine?
Yep.
Yes.
I'm Javy. I'm
Okay.
nice to meet you. I'm the host of the summit. So I'm gonna let you introduce yourself, just not to take up too much time. I don't know if you saw my notes prior to you jumping on, but you have 40 minutes. Feel free to utilize that time how you want. Obviously go over your keynote speech, and then leaving a little bit of time for Q&A and kind of introing yourself prior to jumping into your speech. So I'm gonna take a step back. If you need me, let me know, and otherwise I'll check the chat and look for the alerts just so I can give you some kind of timers so you know and you don't have to worry about the time.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, let me introduce myself. So my name is Drazen. I'm from Serbia. It's in Southern Europe, and I could say we are quite close to Greece, so everybody knows where the Greece is. And I'm in software development industry for more than 20 years, and working on development and consulting and implementing custom solutions for systems in the domains like digital marketing, insurance, e-commerce, to name a few. And today I would like to talk about some experience and some key things which should be crucial when it comes to communication within your outsourced team, and what are those key factors that could make this collaboration successful for everybody. So I've prepared a couple of slides, just an illustration, so I hope it will be fine to share this. So let's see if this would work. So I hope that you're able to see my slides. I mean, when it comes to work with outsource teams, this can be very beneficial. But when there is some poor communication which comes into play, then things become very challenging. It is also surprised that many would like to start outsourcing their work or work together with partners which are overseas or not in the same time zone. They identify in general the language, the cultural barriers, and also time zone differences as a make the seamless. But on the other hand, this all can or put to the minimum if some best practices are followed, and the work with your remote team can be productive and efficient. So I've first talk about the communication tools. Of course, we can use calls, direct, when it comes with the remote team, the asynchronous communication is actually one of the key things we need to take care about. So,
hey, Drazen, sorry to interrupt.
We can
you're breaking up a little bit.
this
Can you hear me?
Then we can as fast as possible. And when time zone difference, we should find some typing hours in our team so that we can at least have some time where we are actually working at the same time. This can help us organize some meetings and calls where we can all be there. But on all other things, we should use the proper tools and the right communication channel for the topic. As I'm sure that you're all aware of all those different ways and means how we can communicate in this digital world. So like email or using Slack or Microsoft Teams, Zooms, and there are also other different tools we can use there. But I want to stress out is that on the one side, we should not have too many communication channels defined. So we should say, okay, we use like email, Slack, and maybe video calls. And this is our communication tools, and we know where we can search for the information. This is especially comes in handy when using tools like Slack, where you have also history and also can share documents. And then if somebody gets out from vacation or is in other time zone, that he can really easily pick up and where the current team topics are. So on one side, we should not have too many channels, but also we should take care and about to use the proper channel, to use the right channel for the topic we want to communicate. Meaning that if there is no need that I can call you to give you some information, I can just leave you a message on Slack where you will pick it up because it is not urgent or it is not important that we discuss this topic right now. So we should use then Slack, for example, in this case. So when I mean, this is I would say more easier to say than done. People have their natural habits, what they would like to use. Some people are more on like, for example, extroverts. They are more in a way that want to communicate with people, want to get in touch with people, and they are usually use some video calls or phone calls. They prefer those channels, while others are more who are more on introvert side, let's say. They would like to have it concise and do it in not direct but in asynchronous way, etc. They prefer to use like emails or Slack. But at the end, we should see about when we need to exchange some information, how important it is to act on it. Is it enough that we should send just an email or a Slack message, or we need to make a call? So I know that a lot of people having to challenge to judge at the specific point. Should I use email or should I actually do a call and alert something or something like that? But definitely this is something that should be a kind of a process, and that everybody should be aligned on this, that we use the right communication channel for the specific topic, and if possible to use asynchronous communication channels so that I'm not interrupting your work if I need to send you something, inform you something, and vice versa. While when there is something important, we try to schedule the calls, or if it is very critical, then we of course will pick up and use some call. And when it comes to calls, I would say that we should prefer, especially working in this outsource, this remote mode, that we should prefer video calls. So with having also some kind of a human touch, that I can see your face, you can see my face, and also everybody in the call from the team, that we, even if we are not sitting in the same room, that we are a bit more connected than just using audio call. Yeah. So I think it really makes some difference. And also one other thing I saw, especially in some hybrid environments where, for example, part of the team is on premise, on the client side, and on outsource team they are somebody work remote working from different locations. If we are remote, that we have like a remote first approach. So meaning that we should not use conference room, so that 3-4 people sitting in a conference room and making a call from a conference equipment, by others are sitting at their computer. So there's some kind of separation, we and they, or something like that. So if possible, everybody should use and call from their computer, for example, or their phone, so that everybody is in the same environment. And I would say that in all this, we should try to refrain from over communication or micromanagement of what you must do, and that I'm always calling you to check how you're doing. So the information flow should be as seamless as possible. So because over communication is just as harmful as the lack of communication. So there should exist a certain level of trust between different parties involved in some collaboration, and that can create a successful product and some healthy environment, which is also important in making the success story. So the next thing which I think is important is to define and then use a proper tools for communicating what needs to be done, and on the other side to monitor where we are and what we achieved so far, how far we are from what we where we would like to go, and how far we reached. So and to have some seamless remote project management. I'm also sure that most of you are already using tools like Atlassian, Jira, Trello, or GitHub projects, or there are also many different tools. I would say that most of them are giving the similar experience, but for sure we would need to use some tool to manage and to track the project. And this tool is not just like having some Gantt charts or to see where we are currently, how many tasks we implemented, and what is still left and what are the problems, but also to use those tools for communication as well. And in many projects, for example, we use those tickets we create for things we need to be done. We use them, those comments in those tickets, as a kind of a documentation later for somebody else who need to pick up, or so to as well documenting what we are working, what challenges we faced, how we solved them, etc. And on many projects, I'm also asking people to, when it comes to communicating something related to a concrete ticket, a concrete task we are working on, in that case, the project management tool, so the ticket itself could be maybe the best place where we should put this information, or to ask a question, to clarify what needs to be done, or similar things which are related to work we are currently working on a concrete task. So that's why those tools are quite handy. Especially when somebody is assigned to those tasks, they can also automatic notifications via email or chat when somebody is commenting on the ticket they are working on, or they created, or maybe somebody is mentioning them, so that they know they need to act something. But as I said, on the other side, that those tools are very powerful to do a project management and to really monitor the project. They're also very powerful to have a good and focused communication on different topics. So when you open one ticket, you can see that what's going on, what was the how things developed, what we did before. And I've also worked on some projects where we collaborate with the client for like 5, 6 or more years, and when you need to change something in this specific area, and then you can go back there and to see how, okay, this is why we decided to go this path and implement this in that way. So this can be really helpful then to understand and the project later, so to be it more maintainable on the long run, and to keep this maintenance cost as optimal as possible. When it comes to methodologies, for sure, the agile methodologies like Scrum are one which are mostly used today. But again, it is not that I think crucial will we use Scrum or Kanban or maybe some other organization, as long as we have a process and agreement how we would like to go and define what our next goals we go for, and how we'll monitor this. But I think that for this communication of what needs to be done is very well managed also when using tools like those project management tools. On top of that, I would say that when it comes to availability and that we know who is available when somebody goes to vacation or is ill or absent from some other reason, that we should also have some kind of a shared calendar. It can be also realized in the tools like this, but also, I mean, on some projects we have just a simple, for example, additional Google Calendar in our team where everybody can place out of office or sick leave or etc. So that so everybody can really see availability, and so that we also communicate this information about availability, so so that we can plan, for example, next sprint or the plan for the work for the next period. And I would also add from experience working with different countries, that also in different countries we can have different public holidays during the year, so it is common thing. So that we also put this information into those shared calendars, so that we can see when it is expected for somebody on both sides of this collaboration to be available or not. Of course, it is the best if we can manage somehow that everybody's working on the same, let's say, hours, and that we are using the same holidays. And but usually in practice it is not that easily achievable from the legal perspective or whatever. But anyway, I think it is not that critical as long as we have as we communicate this information upfront enough, so early enough. So when we have this, we can plan with this information and make a decision what we would like to do, or to give some to give some like not promises, but to see what can be done in the next period, so that client can to understand what he can expect, like in a week or a month or so. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to sharing documents and files, so this is also one important topic. So I try on most of the projects where it is possible to use those those tickets, so ticketing system, and to share specific documents related to specific tickets where they are related to. Of course, there are also some other documents needs to be shared or exchanged from the legal perspective, or some like effort estimations, or yeah, the different concepts, etc. There should be also, yeah, one place where this can be shared. So either in those project management tools, like mentioned here, or maybe to have some cloud solution like Google Drive, or OneDrive from Microsoft. And yeah, there are so many different solutions we can use nowadays in the clouds. So for some seamless document sharing. Of course, when it comes to documentation of the project, it would also help to have it on a central place and maintain it on a central place, like for example using also a product for Atlassian like Confluence, or there are also different similar tools where we can use to like wiki like of our project. So all important documentation should be there. But still, the challenge with all those documentation in wiki-like approach is that it can easily get stale and outdated, and somebody needs to take care about updating it, and it really takes some effort to maintain and keep up to date this documentation portal. So I urge that. So from my perspective of what and experience so far, those centralized documentation system are very important to share information, and but should be, let's say, pragmatic as concise as possible, because in that way the documentation is easier maintained and keep up to date. Then there are so many documents and text and graphs, etc., and that it can easily, I mean, I saw on many different projects that people just give up after some time. So there's so many different documents, maybe 60% of 70% of that is already outdated, but nobody actually has and the time nor willing to invest some effort in really making clearing this mess up. So I would think it should be as concise as possible and keep up to date. Yeah. So yeah, I think that I wanted to say about the project management tools. The other topic I would also to point out is that related what just I talked, that all those things we do communicate via chats or especially via calls. All those important things should be written down somewhere, and especially the main decisions, then some agreements we made, some processes how we would like to proceed, and just to avoid some misunderstanding, some misinterpretation. And what is also a good practice is that we consider those especially when it comes to processes and those main decisions as work with them in some agile way. So we do not need to write everything down at once, but we do write, for example, some process, how we would like to approach developing some specific features, or organize development in general, or organize our communication. So we can write some notes, some points of some bullet points, how we would like some like a checklist, what we want to do, and then we can present that to the team and do some kind of review, do some changes. Somebody points out how, okay, we agreed we'll have a video calls every Friday, but yeah, maybe in our culture, Fridays is not that yeah, focus there, how we put it. So let's do it at Thursday, so that we can say, okay, let's change this and update our processes, so that also documentation can be a bit tested and acted, so that this is like a live thing, and that we can model it and focus to and improve it over time. So definitely all those main things should be written somewhere. And again, it is also a challenge to keep it on a one or just a few places, not to be scattered everywhere through emails, to Slack channels, that we say, okay, we use, for example, Confluence, or we will use some wiki system for all those main things. All other things can be put in these project management tools like Python, Jira, or Trello, etc. And when I need to find some information, I can know where to search for it. When it comes to documenting what the work which needs to be done, I think this is yeah, especially in our IT industry, is important point that if you do not describe and you do not define what you want to get, most probably you will not get it. So describing requirements should be as clear as possible, and basically we want to avoid those back and forth, so that on one side project manager or product managers is writing down what needs to be done, then the team is implementing something, but it appears that they didn't understood what needs to be done, or they were not clear enough about some specific use cases or sub use cases. So the documenting tasks and tickets should be as precise as possible. Of course, there are for in those agile practices like Scrum, there are some like best practices how those user stories should be defined, that there should be always acceptance criteria, how I want to confirm and test and verify that what I did is actually meeting all the requirements, etc. So I think that from my experience, I've worked on many different projects. There is always room to improve on this part, on both sides, also on client and the product manager, for example, and also on the sides of the development team, so that we have some clear idea of what needs to be done, and we also have some clear documented points that we can be sure, and we know how to verify that we understood what needs to be done, and that we can verify that actually we did each and every point which is required, so that we can say, okay, we are finished with this concrete use case. So I think that so using so this is very important information. So we want to tell the team what to do, but also on the other side we want to be sure that that our team is not implementing what we do not need. because it is just wasted effort. And that's why this sharing information so this communicating of what needs to be done should be the best in so those written format and as detailed as possible. I think it's definitely worth an effort to document the requirements as precise as possible and review them, etc. That on the long run, really, this is something which actually will save a lot of time. Okay, so one other topic. So this is last in my list for today. If it's possible, if this can be arranged, you should pay a visit to your remote team, and definitely this will stronger the connection you have and can boost productivity and efficiency at the end. And basically, collaboration becomes easier after you go to lunch with somebody, do some small talk, and you actually get to know the person on the other side, also not just from strictly business relation, but also some kind of person-to-person relation. Of course, there are different culture and different cultural differences, but I think as long as people are how to say that people have good intentions and they can really work very good together. And when you come to and see something in person, it gives you a different level when you get back home to that this remote work will function much better and efficient. And pre-corona times, we got regular visits from our clients, and our team members also went to our clients. So now we had the pause for it for some years, but it starts to getting back. So sometimes the people, the remote team could be very far away, but still, I think really makes a difference and would worth an effort, and also to invest if possible to meet the teams in person. Maybe to organize some small team building activity, or if possible, they also can come to on premise or to the client, and this can make a change. So in a couple of weeks I'll be visiting our client in Switzerland. We were collaborate for a long time, but last time we see us in person like 3 years ago, so pre-corona time. And I'm really looking forward to this, and it's definitely something which I would recommend. So I would just quickly share some information about our company that called Devensoft, and basically we are in software development and consulting. Our services are cloud software development, custom software development, MVP consulting and implementation as well. And we can also offer services like UI UX design, and when the product is ready, that we can also deploy it and manage it. So hosted on different clouds or on-premise, etc. And so basically, I would say that each of those tips we'll talk today, they are crucial to have effective communication. And but still, this is a, let's say, ongoing process. So we achieve some level, but we should strive and to see what we can further improve, and to search for opportunities for improvement. And this is definitely something which can benefit to all of us. And as a closing statement, I would say that while there are challenges when working with outsourced business and vendors and outsourced teams. Time and distance would not be a problem, and the factor that if we have the appropriate communication system in place and that we agree how we would like to communicate efficiently. So that is from my presentation. So if there are some questions, yeah, please feel free to ask.
Drazen, thank you so much for your time and that insight. That was really cool, really awesome. I have some questions for you, but before I ask them, I'm going to let the audience kind of step in and see if anyone has any questions for you. While we wait here for some of these questions to roll in, how can people connect with you? Where can they find you online?
Yeah, so I'm and the company is on LinkedIn, on website. We have also some profile on social networks, and I think when we choose the name for the company, so we try to find a name which is kind of unique, so that it is easily found on Google. So yeah, you can also find us on search engines as well. Yeah. I cannot hear you at the moment.
What about now?
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm sorry about that. My mute button literally was just frozen. I apologize for that. Thank you. I'm not sure where I cut off or whatnot, but thank you for joining us. I really appreciate it. We have about 4 minutes, so I haven't seen any questions come in. So I'm not sure if you have any last parting words for the audience or just everyone that's here joining us as we go on and navigate through the rest of 2022 going into 2023. What advice or wisdom would you share with the audience about just outsourcing and just from I guess let me take a step back in the sense of from a founder perspective, but also just like a team member at an early stage startup, right? Because I think that's our audience. So kind of giving both spectrums of that and sharing your insights.
Yes, well, I would say that when we even if we are remote and not co-located, but on the other side, if we see that we are actually working together, and this means of working together, that we are actually part of one big story, really also can make a difference. And I would say that it's not like we are like outsource company working for you, but should be working with you, and that if you see them as an integral part of your team, this can bring additional commitments and additional perspective how the work is actually prescribed, so that you are not just you're an outsource company, you're in service business, but when you work for some product and you have long-term cooperation, actually you become a product oriented developer, for example. So it gives you a different perspective of how you perceive all the work, and gives you also, puts you in some spot where you can give some advices and consultings and to improve the product itself. So somehow to identify that one of the clients we cooperated for a very long time, he said, okay, I have it's a digital marketing system, so it is my baby, but I know that it's also your baby because you implement the core of it, you maintain it for so many years, and it really makes a difference. Yeah.
No, I definitely can understand that. I've been on both ends as an early stage employee at different startups, but also a founder myself. I've gone through some of those pains and just really interesting. So we have about a minute or so left. I'll end it with this if no one else is going to chime in and ask any questions. maybe everyone's still kind of sleeping. It is 7:33, I guess, in the West Coast, so I'm Central Time. But as technology advances, and I think they just that big MarTech report just came out a couple weeks ago, and it showed, I don't know, I think it was like 8,000 like different types of like MarTech tools. Like in a very noisy world with so many tools and so many different like integrations, how do you just make things simple, and just make it, less is better?
Yeah, I totally agree with that. So, definitely we should refrain to use too many different options. Every option or every tool has its pros and cons comparing to the others, but we should try to agree and keep things simple. So definitely when it comes to communication and collaboration in that sense for defining what work needs to be done, etc., we should try to pick just a few tools and agree, okay, for this concrete project, we will use that one. Yeah. And then try to stick to it. If we see that it doesn't work, or okay, we can change this, so it's not a problem. But when the information is scattered among different sources and tools, it becomes really a burden and a problem. So better you maybe to have suboptimal tool, but you choose one, then you have I don't know, 5 different tools you're using for the same purpose, but then you get lost when you need to find something.
Yeah, definitely, especially, I work with, my remote teams and whatnot. And the thing that I've learned through, the last 18 to 24 months is, creating a process that, I can systemize. So then, when we're ready to scale, we can automate that, right? Because it's about being efficient and very process driven, right? In order to have clear, concise, and effective communication. And that's something I've recently just got decently good at, I guess you can call it. But overall, I think something I pride myself on is like over communicating, just because I rather over communicate than under communicate. But that's just my point of view on that. So I know we are about a minute over. We are still waiting on the other speakers. So if you want to hang around for a few more minutes, I don't know if you have any other things you want to chat about while we wait for Aziz to jump on. I'll kind of leave the floor open for another minute or so, a couple minutes till we need to move on.
Yeah, maybe I can mention that when it comes to, maybe not directly related to communication, but what I saw in different projects is that there is a business analyst role, yeah. And so it's maybe directly to the topic we just spoke, but I think that this is one role that I saw that really helped a lot of projects to really be smooth and every was very successful because there is also, this is like a communication translator. So this person actually translates, so talks to business people, talks to development team. So he knows both languages, and then he can or she can translate, in quotes, what actually needs to be done, can resolve questions, and especially when developers have some questions, and you need to ask owner or how we would like to push this specific feature like that. So if you talk too technically, maybe the other person would not understand, and vice versa. But when there is this person, this analyst, how we'll call it, in between, that really helps to seamless this communication, and that we are talking in language that everybody can understand. Yeah. So I would say that, and I would recommend that there was some person who plays this role. So this does not to be really dedicated person just for that, but that somebody wearing that hat and that really can support, project going. sorry, we cannot hear you again, yeah? Or at least I can.
I apologize. I forget that I'm on mute. So, as someone that, I love kind of just testing out new tools. I come from like a growth marketing background, so I'm always constantly learning about new tools, and I help out with startup accelerators. So I get to see, different SaaS products being built or that come through our accelerator program. So to me, it's really fascinating, like why some of these problems that these solutions are solving. So I like to make these conversations engaging and, as much educational as possible, but also entertaining. So I have an out of the box question for you, and maybe we can provoke some thoughts from the audience as well. But ultimately, I think for me, with communication, I think finding as we move forward, because we live in such a noisy world, like how do people communicate without actually like physically like communicating? And what I mean by that is like, how do you almost build like I've learned about this concept called like, building your digital brain, right? Where the companies, everything, their how-tos, their documentation, everything is like within this command center, and it's accessible to everyone within the company, depending on, the different levels that you're at. The higher up, the more access. So how do companies, are you familiar with that, or building kind of like I don't even know what you would call a system that allows you to, create, document, store, and share, across your company, small or big, accessible to anyone that has the correct access in order to communicate, the brand, the story, whatever it is that you're trying to communicate, the project, in a very fluid and user-friendly way, I guess. Not to put it out there.
It is definitely a challenge, and as you mentioned, so that there could be a big and smaller companies, and I think there are different approaches how you should share some information between, like there's just 5 of us. We are more or less, even if we are remote, we are more or less on call every day, and we should know where to find for information. I think this is the main challenge. So even if you have this information, do I know how to find it and where to search for it? So I mean, definitely tools like some wiki systems or like Atlassian Conference, for example, they are good for using to centralize this digital brain, as I mentioned it. So, and there are also some good search capabilities, etc. But at the end, I mean, there should be also some sessions like to tell people where to look for the information, how to find, and what actually is there you can expect to find, and things like that. And I guess this maybe need to be repeated from time to time, and when new people comes on during onboarding, that they I think this is one of the important things. I saw that when I worked for some bigger companies, that they really have those very, very good onboarding points where, okay, you got your computer, you know what is your manager, but okay, here is our information portal, you know how you should ask for your holiday, how you should, where you should find the, to call if your machine is not working, etc. So this is all important things which can save a lot of time.
No, I completely agree, especially as we move into this kind of, hybrid model, forward. I think what I noticed, especially with like more of like the mid-sized businesses or the scale-ups, was they had I know of some startups that had killer onboarding processes in person, in real life, but that whole virtual approach is completely different, right? And how do you make it, still very, organic, so it doesn't, it feels, natural and not something where they have to be at this training, but rather that they want to be at this training type of mentality. So yeah, replicating that virtually is going to be an interesting challenge that I'm looking forward to people solving next year. So I know we are about 10 minutes over our scheduled time. I really appreciate you taking over, staying over and joining us for a few extra minutes. Feel free to still, he should be joining us here. We've had some technical difficulties, our next speaker, but we should be live here in the next couple of minutes. I apologize to everyone, but not sure if you want to stick around still a little bit more or if you have to go, but feel free to drop off. And I will just hang out here a little bit more until we get our next speaker. So thank you again for your time.
Yeah, so thank you as well. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to share some experience and ideas about this topic. And yeah, and really kudos for organizing summits like this. I think it's very, very beneficial. And yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you again. We appreciate it. And I will definitely, I'll follow up with you afterwards just to connect and see how we can, help each other out. But thank you so much for joining us and all the amazing insight you provided. It was an absolute pleasure having you on here today. So feel free to stick around or, join the audience or hang out in the back stage room. So have a good day.
Thank you. Have a good day to all.
What's up, everybody? How's everyone going? Stay going. So we've had 3 speakers so far as we approach the halfway point. Our next speakers, these will be joining me here shortly. Will probably be another couple of minutes if you want to take a quick bathroom break. We'll take a break here for the next minute or so and see if Aziz is ready. So I'll be stepping out here for a second. If everyone wants to go grab a drink, coffee, or just get up and stretch. So we'll be back on in the next minute or so. Thank you everyone for joining us so far, and looking forward to the rest of the event. Talk soon. Hey everybody, just wanted to take a quick second to let you know that our speaker's still having some technical difficulties. So we're gonna delay this by 5 minutes, still gonna end at the same time, but I just wanted everyone to let you know, just in case you were on your way back or whatnot. So we'll be back in 5 minutes here at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 8 Pacific. So thanks again to everyone that's joined us so far. Feel free to, chat it up in the comments, share your feedback for those who have been here. And I just posted on our LinkedIn post a way for us to network with each other. So check out the comments and talk to you soon. Thanks for joining us. What's up, everybody? We are back. So sorry for the technical difficulties. I have Aziz who will be joining us here. Aziz, if you're here, feel free to turn your camera on. Guys, girls, friends, I know we are late, so we are still going to finish on time. And here, Aziz will be done in about 10 minutes or so. So maybe we can just do like a open Q&A. Aziz, maybe you want to introduce yourself or open up the floor to questions, I guess. Trying to be strategical about our time here. So I know we have a lunch break next. So mods, if you're on, can we go over? Should we still end it here in about 11 minutes? So Aziz, let me know if you would like to present still or just want to do a quick Q&A with the audience. So it looks like, I'm sorry, everybody, Aziz still having some issues. So we're going to have Daniel join us and kind of fill in before lunch and our break. Daniel, how's it going?
It's going well, Javy. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Good.
Thanks so much for kind of helping step in and
Great.
while we navigate through these technical difficulties. So not sure if you want to maybe introduce yourself to the audience.
I do. Just want 1 second to do the tech because I was a little bit by surprise, but that's okay because I am flexible.
I completely understand. Well, I will see and chat with the audience in the meantime while you get your feedback office stuff sorted out and whatnot. But so how's everyone doing? What I recently posted on the LinkedIn post for Glorium a way for us to network with each other. So I dropped about 4 or 5 questions in there asking about your company, your role, by a 1-sentence pitch, which is a lot harder than said and done, and you know, your favorite hobbies and kind of what you're looking for. Is it networking, advisors? Let's find a way to help each other out, you know, and bring this community closer. So any way I can help or be of a resource to anyone, please connect with me after the event, and love to learn more about you and your project and how I can be of value. So Daniel, how's your day going? I think you might be on mute. Can you hear me? I know what you're talking about. I experienced that earlier. For about 30 seconds, I had a minor freak out because my mute button wouldn't unmute. All right, guys. Well, we'll wait a few more minutes. I'm sorry for all these technical difficulties. I apologize. Mods, if all right, I'm going to kind of cut us into break and maybe we start a little bit earlier, just open the room a little bit earlier and let people come in. So our break is scheduled for 12:15 Eastern, 11:15 Central. So that's in about 8 minutes, and we're going to be on break till 12:55. So we have 40 minutes of a break. Maybe we can start a little bit early. And Daniel, what do you think? Or mods, what should we do here? Ooh, it looks like Aziz might be able to make and join us. Is he on? Are you on, Aziz? All right, everybody. I'm gonna make the executive decision to just cut it early and go into our break now, just to be courteous of people's time. If you have a chance, feel free to connect with me right now or comment in the LinkedIn. Do you have anything else that we need to go over with the audience, mods? Otherwise, we will have possibly Aziz joining us afterwards. And if he's not, we have 3 speakers left for the rest of the day in the afternoon portion. I'm excited to have these folks join us. So feel free to share, tag someone that you think could find value in this. And otherwise, I will see y'all in about 40 minutes. Thank you for joining us this morning, and see you this afternoon. Talk soon.
Best audio.
Hey, everybody, thanks for joining us. And so, a quick announcement: we are going to restart here in the next couple of minutes. Sorry about this. We are going to have Rajnish join us, the CTO over at Kohli, or I'm sorry, he's a CTO, experienced CTO, IT leader in fintech and healthcare, and angel investor. Rajnish Kohli is joining us. How's it going today?
Hi. Good. How are you?
Doing
Can you
well.
hear
Thank
me?
you so much for being. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud
Awesome.
and
Thank
clear.
you so much. I hope I didn't butcher up your name too much, so I apologize if I did. But
Call
thank you so much for
Raj.
being flexible and joining.
You can call me
Awesome.
Raj. That's easier.
It's interesting because I experienced that a lot. I've heard all sorts of different terminologies for my name, so it's quite interesting. But otherwise, I really appreciate you taking the time to join us. I'm really excited to have you kind of chat about some of the founder dilemmas on managing technology. I know that's a big topic of discussion within some of my circles with my founder friends. So I'll let you kind of take a few minutes to introduce yourself and take the floor. And you have about 40 minutes to utilize how you want, whether it is QA or just presentation. I'll be in the background, so if you need me, check the chat so I can give you reminders just for alerts as so you don't have to worry about the time.
Yes.
And otherwise, just let me know if you need anything else. But thank you again so much for joining us, and have a good one.
And how do I can move my presentation? I can see just 1 minute. It is okay. Perfect. Let me know when I need to start.
You can start.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Rajnish. I've been in the industry for the last 39 years now. I have worked on some of the largest projects globally, which includes NHS, managing pricing and cash management for Fidelity, taxation in Asia. Uh, Way back in 2014, September, I hung my boots and decided that I'll stay as an angel investor. We are so initially I was investing via angel networks, and then slowly we have created our own cohort and we do a lot of work and invest. We have seen few problems with the startups when they want to go for their technology. There are two kinds of founders. First set are people who have tech background and they understand technology. The second set of people, in our opinion, who are more successful are people who have domain knowledge, may not know technology so well, but they understand domain very well. So they can actually create a good startup which can address the problem and solve the problem easily. Now, if you look at it from a founder's point of view, founder has an idea. He's thinking that he will revolutionize the world or the industry. If he's from domain, he has already validated the model and now he's moving to MVP. He'll have to have his MVP ready. He'll require money to invest for development. And his vision is to move from MVP to product. And his focus at this stage is funds and businesses. The priority is to focus on business and delegate tech to technologists. If the founder is spending more time on technology, chances are that we have seen enough startups where they could not grow. We have invested in 12 startups so far. So, based on our experience, we feel that if founders are looking at technology and giving more time to that, they need to. But if they give more time to technology, they end up not doing so well because end of the day there is a customer and a consumer who has to pay for it. So you need to run your business to make sure that business grows and so does your startup. Let's look at it how they handle uh, the technology. So you could have one of the four ways to do it. You have a co-founder who is also a CTO. You're lucky. Or you have enough money to hire CTO and the full team. Or you're bootstrapping and therefore you want to hire few contractors and start the work. You may be very lucky that you got enough funding at the seed stage or pre-seed stage, so you can actually go to a large firm or anybody else and outsource your whole development work. I'll go through these four one after another, and at the end of it, if you have questions, just let me know and we'll address them. Now, if you have as a founder have a CTO with you, you are very lucky. There are few issues here, and I'll be addressing them in the next slide. A good and experienced CTO typically in London costs us between 120 to 150K per annum and stock options. If you're bootstrapped, chances are that you are not able to afford somebody like this. And or you have to convince somebody who's already at that level to quit his or her job and join you. Most of the time, what we have seen, you then try to look for somebody who is not there. And you hire someone who's probably a senior software engineer. He's already at a low salary of 50, 60K per annum. You bring him on board as a CTO. So, you are misfitting a person because this person now is not the right person to drive your technology because he has a very limited vision. This person will work with you for some time. If he's a founder, great. But then at some stage, he would start expecting a market level salary. If he doesn't know you for too long, chances are this person will quit pretty fast. Or if this person came from a background of a senior developer and has been promoted to CTO, would work with you for 6 to 9 months, sometimes 12 months, to get that CTO tag, and then will go and look for a job outside. We have faced it twice out of 12 startups where the founders brought in somebody who was a senior developer, brought that person as CTO. Practical case, somebody earning 60K was brought in at 80K. The guy was very happy because nobody gets 33% jump in the current environment. Worked for about 11 months, went to the market and got a job at 110K. 60 to 110K in 1 year is a great number. He came back and said, I have got a job and this is the value. I'll be happy to negotiate with you. And if you can give me the same value, I'll be happy to stay back. The founders couldn't hold him back. The casualty was collateral because he also took two senior people with him. So certainly you have set of people moving away, because if this CTO has gone at a higher salary, he would take the next set of two people who are core, typically or back-end people, and will get them a good raise and take them with you. You may talk about it and say, I'm giving a stock option and I'm doing this and that. Chances are the stock options may be available with the next startup. Chances are that he may not be looking at stock option because doesn't know when will he be able to cash out. We have faced this in two startups and we feel very strongly about it, and we expect founders to look at it more carefully when they're taking these decisions. Unless until you know the CTO for last 10 years, you worked together, you went to college or school together, chances are that at some stage, because of pressures and other things, this person may not be able to sustain. With the kind of pressure on funding now, it is becoming difficult day by day. Now, even if you decide to hire your own team, so you hire a CTO, you now need to look at and say, what kind of people do I hire? Do I hire a full stack developer? This person will be very expensive. And can a full stack developer develop whole of my product? No, I may need two or three of them. If I hire two, three of the full stack developers, who will do back end, who will do front end, how will they work together? So there would be a problem. The second model is, which most of the companies follow, is you segregate. You take front end developers and you take back end developers, and you use them for development. Very good model. When you come to mobile, then you require more competencies. It could be an iOS and Android separate people or hybrid app developers. Now you got so many permutations available and you have limited money. So how do you go about it? Do you hire two or three full stack developer and expect them to do, or you hire a front end and a back end person and a hybrid person, or you get two developers which are iOS and Android, one front end, one back end. Before you realize, you already have a 5 or 6 people team. 5 or 6 people team, average salary of 50K, even if you take it, that's a low end. You're already $250,000 gone. Do you have that kind of money to do it? And that's where outsourcing comes in play. I'll probably be going through these points further. Right? So, now when you have the team, you need to also look at the right person who's able to do the right job. Within the team, you have to manage motivation and retention. You are a single founder or two people, and now you're managing 6 or 7 people, juggling too many balls because you need to look at business development, funding, people. And then when you are looking at the team, few other things kick in: salaries and wage increases, taxes, pension contribution, all the zinc bank which comes with that. You may be able to outsource it, but end of the day, you are responsible for it. So you need to have somebody within the founding team looking at these things. You could also choose another model, which is working with contractors. It's a very good arrangement. It gives you flexibility of hiring. You could pick people, choose. The downside of that is you don't get commitment from them. Way back in 1996, we had a large projects in Nottingham for electricity deregulation, and we were using about 250 contractors. Every Monday morning, our biggest problem used to be how many of them have joined back. Because under most of the laws in every country, contractor can walk away with a single day notice to you. Unless until you have a contract which says, I'll pay you even if I don't need you, right? The person can walk away, and when the person walks away, the knowledge goes with that person, right? So all your knowledge, business knowledge, everything has moved away. Most of the countries allow what is called a moral IP rights, which means if I have developed the software for you, I can use this code somewhere else, which will mean that this person can take this code and use it and give it to your competitor. Somebody who comes with the money and say, I want to copy this startup, will hire a few contractors from you and will be able to start immediately, right? So tech knowledge is lost as soon as the contractor leaves the startup, right? Now, when you bring in a new contractor, it will take 1 to 3 months for this person to understand the code, nuances, and everything. You end up losing time every time a contractor walks out of the door. This becomes a big challenge unless and until you have a very good control on them and you know them well, which normally doesn't happen. Contractors are there to make money, they're not there to help your startup. If they get money from somewhere outside, a better money, they will go for it. Or a new technology comes up and the person wants to jump to that new technology bandwagon, will go. It is also difficult to get contractors in some of the skills which are traditional skills like Laravel, PHP. You may get a .NET or a Node.js person easily, but these technologies where people are easily available, you may not get enough contractors to work with. And the next model is use an agency or a service company. It's an IT outsourcing model, very mature, and it's a mature industry, and that's why everybody goes for outsourcing. Basically, some of the things every startup will have to look at while you're doing this outsourcing is most of these agencies work on a rigid development project model. In startup, you may iterate, you may change few things, and those change requests will keep coming up, and you may have to make sure that you have a CT or somebody who's able to manage that part so that you don't start bleeding, right? Every time you ask for a change, you are billed for it, and they will bill you for hours. So you need to make sure that whoever agency you're working with, you have that flexibility available where you could say maybe 10% of the work can get over budget without you charging me. And if it doesn't happen, I'll pay you at some other value. One of the things you need to be careful is sign up a contract where your rates are fixed. Otherwise, when you ask for ad hoc rates, you may end up paying far more money than what you should have paid. Any small change, anything will require efforts and you will be charged and you have to manage that. So expenses cannot be so budgeted so accurately and you need to have buffers in that. Broadly, this is what my spiel is. I'm open to questions. Objective was to answer questions if you have and discuss and exchange ideas. Any questions, anything? Do we have audience or not?
Can you hear me? Hello.
How many people are in the audience?
How's it going? Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I'm not sure as to the exact number. I'll ask the mods here in the background. There is an audience. It's just not live, so all their questions do come through the dashboard for us on the back end. But we'll wait here and see if any questions come in. Otherwise, I definitely have a few questions for you, and but
Please.
I'll wait a few minutes before let the audience ask any questions if they have any. But while we wait to see if any questions come in, where can everyone connect with you offline, whether that's LinkedIn, Twitter? How can people connect with you?
I'm on LinkedIn. That's the easiest way to connect to me. I don't use too much of Twitter, but LinkedIn is something I use regularly.
So one question I'd like to ask you is, as we start to see some early signals of potential, some sort of correction in the market and whatnot, how do founders prepare themselves, especially early stage founders who don't have that cushion, maybe, right? They're bootstrapped or, they're at the very early stages. How do they, what advice do you have for founders as to how to navigate through the challenges that are, potentially here in the near future that could encounter? How can they better prepare themselves, right?
Good question. There are few things they need to be sure of. A, they need to have a good team. They should be able to distribute work among themselves. I have seen with the startups we have invested in, founders do fall in love with their technology and their solutions. That's something they should never do. You are providing a solution for a problem, and in case you're not getting enough traction, just abandon it and move on to something else. That is one. Two, uh, most of the technologists, and I have also gone through that, would love to work on the latest technology, right? Don't
Shiny
fall
object.
for that. Don't fall for that trap, because that's the worst trap you can fall in. Till today, IBM mainframe runs. 20 years ago, people used to say that IBM mainframe will be dead. It still runs. It's easier to look at people who have been in technology for a long time and are working on technologies which are not the latest. You get two advantages. A, number of people are high. B, they have gone through so many projects that they are able to resolve problems pretty fast. So from technology point of view, don't fall for new technology trap. From product point of view, don't fall in love with your solution.
I love that. That's really interesting perspective. So I want to be courteous of your time, and I don't know if you have a little bit more time. And I know we have it looks like the next speaker is about to be ready. But let me ask you this: as a parting word, what advice do you have for founders? As a early, whether did you say you co-founded? Were you a founder at some point in your entrepreneurial journey, or
Yes,
have you?
we did.
Okay.
We had a startup.
So you have a very unique perspective. Not only it sound like you worked corporate, but also as a founder, but also as an investor, right? That's a really unique perspective to have, because you were there in the trenches, but now are also trying to champion the next wave of entrepreneurs and startup founders. So what as someone that's been on both ends, if you were in an elevator with your 21-year-old self and you had 30 seconds to tell one thing, what would that be? What's that elevator pitch, about what's to come?
Good question. I think I'll only tell my younger 21-year-old self is, are you solving the right problem? Are you are you getting enough traction? So I'll be honest. Way back in 96, we had a princely sum of $4.5 million to start a startup. Those days it was called company. We actually finished the whole money within first year with hardly any product, anything available. And we had to then go get loan, get debt, and then run the startup. We pivoted, but when you get that money, you just want to experiment with everything you thought in your head is right, without actually looking at what customer is looking for. And once we run out of money and we actually had to raise debt, then we realized that we have to work for the customer or the user, not for ourselves.
Yeah, no, that really, resonated with me earlier when you said, no, founders shouldn't fall in love with their product, right? Because you're there to offer a service, a product or a solution. And you just have to find ways to story tell, the problem that you're solving and the benefits, why people need it. I think, a lot of the time, early stage founders, at least, from my experience hosting these startup events across the country, like I have the last 18 months, like not only do they fall in love with their idea, but like they think their idea is the best one in the market, right? And it so may be it, right? But be humble about it, just don't let that, stroke your ego too hard, and in the nicest, most politically correct way to say it, right? Because I mean, like, you're going to be your biggest cheerleader, but you're also your biggest advocate, critic and advocate for your product. So yeah, I really appreciate you taking some time, being flexible, joining us today. I'm gonna let you go unless you have any last thoughts or words. I really appreciate. I'm looking forward to connecting with you offline, and I hope you have a great rest of the day. Thanks for joining us.
You too. Okay, thank you very much. Take care then. Bye-bye.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
Yes, bye.
What's up, y'all? Here we are entering the last two speakers of the day. I have Daniel Peters, who will be joining me here shortly. He is the CTO and founder of Factor LLC. And Daniel will be talking to us today about outsourcing IT automation. This should be a lot of fun. I know I'm going to have a lot of questions and ready to take some notes. So, Daniel, if you're here, please share your camera, turn it on, and if you want to introduce yourself, how's it going?
It's good. Good to see that the audio is working this time, so that's great. So
technology is crazy sometimes. You can be, especially with events. I mean, you can prep to the T's, but it's a different story when everything is live.
It's been a great event so far, so I appreciate that.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, no. Yeah, I know it. And thank you to the Glorium team for helping, continuing to put on these awesome free events for startup founders and bringing amazing speakers to them. So, without further ado, I'll let you take the mic. I'll be in the background. You have 40 minutes, and if you want to stop early and do Q&A, however you want to take this conversation, the floor is yours. You just want to take a few minutes to introduce yourself and take it from there. Thanks, Daniel.
Sure. Sounds great. Okay, so thanks everybody. It's great to be presenting here. So as my title says, I'm going to present outsourcing IT automation efforts. My presentation may be a little bit different than I think most of the speakers because I'm sort of on the side of the person who decides to make these outsourcing decisions. I work with a lot of IT service providers, also small businesses of all kinds, who are trying to decide whether they need to outsource the development efforts they have going on, and to what extent. I work with startups of all ages, including some that have been around for decades. So it's been it's always an interesting way to view the ecosystem. So as Andrei mentioned at the beginning of this, for those who heard, people are making a lot of mistakes when it comes to outsourcing. I know that because I think I've made all of them at least once, and some of them more than once. So it's definitely. I hope that people are able to learn some from my presentation. And without further ado, I will jump right to it. Okay. So my experiences, I have more than a dozen outsourcing attempts, multiple companies. Most have been successful. Some have not been as successful. I've been doing this as a career for over 30 years, and my first outsourcing attempts were done as within the I'm gonna leave it this. So sorry, everybody. My first attempts in the late 90s, and it's with some success, some not success. One of the most important outsourcing decisions to make is onshore, nearshore, or offshore. Nearshore being, of course, close by, but not for people who speak the same language, sort of communications. Offshore might be in geographies farther away. Three ways. for both IT services.
Can you hear me, Daniel?
Sorry. Moving on.
Yeah, so it looks like your screen was freezing. Daniel, can you hear me?
The opportunities for us to do to make the outsourcing arrangement work. We're going to go through provider. So reasons for outsourcing. Reason number one, it's cheaper. Well, I mean, that's a reason. I think that's the reason people tend to jump to, but I'm not really sure that that's the best reason. The reason that I think I find that most people sourcing as a sources to do the work, just given the value from the effort to try to it doesn't a bunch of people sort of in town, set up desks for them or have them, join the 401k or all of that. They just need results for a lower price point with less of a commitment than what hiring somebody would require. And the next reason for outsourcing might be it improves capabilities. Perhaps the company doesn't have these capabilities that they want to outsource on staff, and they don't want to hire developers to learn how to do this, or they don't want their programming their director of development to have to manage people who do this kind of work. He doesn't maybe have those skills, and it may not be what this company is looking for. So some of the opportunities for outsourcing, things that we see, one is DevOps. So that may mean that there's a report that needs to be developed, or several different data sources that need to be compared to produce reports. A lot of different automation efforts to help the financial systems or the sales systems run. There's nobody to do this work. It's all very task-based work. It's very project-based work, and the current development team simply can't get it on the roadmap to do it. So this is something that is oftentimes looked at as an outsourcing opportunity for the lower costs, and just because it may make the company more capable overall to be able to have somebody else in some other place doing this work rather than being done on site or in the company, within the company. Next option is just side projects. Again, similar to DevOps, just there's this project that needs to happen. We need to develop an app to do this one thing for this one group. It's definitely worth the money to do it. We're really excited about this opportunity, but we can't afford to do it with our existing team. They're all swamped with work anyway. They're way behind on their efforts. So what can we do to make this happen? So outsourcing is a natural choice there. General value adds. So we have our roadmap. Our roadmap's great. We want to really do all these things, but we could do just so much more if we had some extra hands to help us with some of these different things. We're looking for someone to help us with these pieces, and our team can't do it. Again, that's always the common theme is that it's a great idea to do it, but the time just isn't there. And finally, unavailable skill sets. This needs to be written in Python. We don't have a Python programmer. This needs to be written in PowerShell. We're a Linux shop. Whatever that may be, we find that these are opportunities for outsourcing. Selecting outsourcing provider. So I think one of the most important decisions that someone has to make is whether I put U.S. address, whatever country you may have there. Is it going to be a local provider, or is it going to be a true outsourcing provider? That is, I'm going to call somebody in some other country and I'm going to say, let's come up with an arrangement to do this development work there. You can pay for we'll pay you in your currency. We'll send the money across a wire to your bank. Or are you going to do it to somebody with a U.S. address? That is to say, we know that this work's going to be outsourced to some foreign locale, but we're going to pay a company that's maybe in Chicago to do it, or some other city, and we're sure that they're going to outsource it. But that's that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be looking at offshore or nearshore. Offshore is going to mean you're going to probably have to deal with different time zones and a very different way of dealing with people. Nearshore might be better. It can be an option. Or do you need a country with a common language? That if you need an English-speaking country, then that's going to reduce the or a Spanish-speaking country, that's going to reduce your options. Perhaps it doesn't matter. In finding your outsourcing provider, put Google as your friend. I don't think Google is your friend at all. I would never choose an outsourcing provider based simply on a Google search. I would only really choose an outsourcing provider based on a strong referral. Sorry, everybody. Okay, I'm just going to keep going through here. I hope people can see my slides. I'm told they can't, but
Hear me?
So referrals are your friend. If I wouldn't go to somebody who I can't say I've ever known that they worked with anybody I know. It's going to be a very difficult, difficult to tell whether you're going to get good work or not, how things are going to go. So I would improve my professional network and find somebody who I can work with who's worked with this type of thing before. And finally, maybe small. I mean, maybe projects and work going to be a big issue here. It's going to be very hard to trust somebody that you've never worked with before, especially when they're in geography. So I would suggest starting small and working your way up if possible. Making the outsourcing work. So my advice to making outsourcing work is, one is to give the team a directive, and then to give the team the dev comes and we expect the team to give us a presentation they've done, and it's a disaster. It's exactly what we did. It's going to mention good interpersonal relations. That is to say, get to know them. Communicate the business goals. I mean, this is something that way too often people just sort of dump the project on the outsourced provider without ever letting them know what they're really doing from a business perspective. And keep the expectation. People expect the world sometimes. Development takes the product is not always the first time around. Listen to Drazen earlier. He's absolutely right. Having a common set of communications tools is really going to make the difference. If the outsourcing team or the outsourcing individual is using Slack, and your company is using, there's no happening. Some people are reading email. Jira. So, it will take tools to make sure that that's going to be the same for everybody involved. I mean, ideally, the outsource company will use the tool that you're using. But if that's impossible, then perhaps perhaps it'd be possible for your company to start using Slack to communicate with them. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's something to consider. And finally, be kind, because this work, the quality of the work is going to develop based on the relationship. And if you're not being friendly or nice, or that you don't really know them, or they don't know you, or there's some hostility or mistrust there, it's going to make the work suffer. Okay, pitfalls. Okay, pitfalls. Okay, some of the pitfalls that you may run into. So let's start with control. It's going to be very hard to control the day-to-day work, the overall way that the work is happening, the timeline. It's just there's going to be a lot less control. So I think what that means is that the controls that can be put in place that can help us. One is like, how is this going to be built? If this is going to be built on straight time, then get timesheets, review time. If this is going to be built based on a roadmap or deliverables, then you look at the timeline. Let's track the deliverables, communicate really every day or at least weekly on progress, and make sure that there's somebody who's working for the sponsoring company that's really watching the outsourced developer. Otherwise, it is the control can be lost really quickly, and there may not be really any chance to get the project back. Another pitfall is outsourcing development work is cheaper. Well, if it is, I mean, maybe it isn't cheaper. Maybe outsourcing development work will be far more expensive. I've certainly known people who've gotten $200,000 or $300,000 into a project and gotten no real results, when keeping it in-house could have cost a fraction of that price. It can come down to control. Certainly, anybody who's, I think most people who are outsourcing are going to outsource to a less expensive per hour resource to do that. But what are the results, and how are you measuring what the costs are? I never saw that before. I mean, this is, Rajnish was right. If you heard Rajnish's presentation before this one, the contractual and basic employment mores that you're used to working with may not always stick in an outsourcing environment. You're in a different country. They have different laws. They have different mores. The non-solicitation clause of your contract may really matter. The NDA clause in your contract may not stick there, or may be different there than it is where you are. The basic employment expectations may be something that they're very different than what you're dealing with. Rajnish told the story that a person can walk away from the job with 1 day's notice. This is absolutely true. I've seen it happen, and they do walk away with all of their information. I've also seen it happen on the other side, where an outsourced developer was fired with no notice at all, on the spot, and this simply never would have happened with a domestic employee, but that's how that goes. So just be prepared for different potential problems. The outsourced developers are people like your own people are people, and they have their own problems, and and anything can happen with them, including, other employment opportunities or personal problems. So it's something to definitely keep in mind as you move through the arrangement.
Hey, Daniel.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I know we've had some technical difficulties, so I apologize for that and to the audience. But so it looks like your screen might be frozen, and we were wondering if you could maybe go on full screen versus like tabs. Maybe that could help a little bit. And maybe if you go off video, just maybe it's a bandwidth. I don't know. Just trying to mitigate some of this.
Thank you, Javy, for letting me know. I appreciate it. Let me see if I can fix this.
Sounds good. Otherwise, I'll let you get back to that. I don't want to disturb your flow. I just felt, there's always some friction.
I am going to go off video to see if that helps. And I will go to full screen. Okay.
Daniel, I don't know if you want to continue and just, we can worry about the PowerPoint later. We can send it out to everyone later so they can have it if you're okay. I just want to make sure we give you all the time that we.
Okay, we're back.
Awesome.
Okay.
Sorry.
Data control. So if you're going to be working with, especially if it's regulated data, that is PHI, financial data, education data, you're going to know what kind of controls you're going to have over that. That can be dealt with. You certainly don't have to ship database over to do their work. You could certainly ship them data that would be sanitized or test data, but again, it's something to keep in mind. Regulatory requirements. If you do have regulatory requirements, especially those in financials or in healthcare, you may want to run this by the compliance officer to see whether the work that they're doing would run afoul of what the regulatory requirements are of the company. I mean, it's I think there's certainly plenty of healthcare and financial services work that's being done by outsourced developers. I don't mean to suggest that it's something that is not possible, but since you are in a regulatory industry, a regulated industry, or if you're in a regulated industry, I would really advise running this work past your compliance officer, and making sure that that everything's kind of happening on the up and up before you get too far into it. And finally, a cybersecurity plan. So what my experience is, a lot of people will work with virtual desktops. I'm not sure that if everyone's doing that. So the virtual desktop would belong to the company. The developer would connect to the virtual desktop and do their work on that. I think that kind of works from a cybersecurity perspective. I think that the developers may feel it kind of makes it difficult for them to do their work because they may not like the virtual desktop as well as as just being able to work on whatever computer that they're working on. Nevertheless, it's definitely an option. And just in terms of making sure that this arrangement works overall, I'd really go back to what Volodymyr said on the very first presentation of the day here. If you're picking an outsourced provider, then you should know really how much referenceable experience they have doing the kind of project that you're doing with companies that are more or less your size, kind of in your vertical, and even possibly in your geography, and then you should try as best as possible to make sure that they're doing the work for you in the same way that they've done this work before, so that they don't have to feel like they're figuring out. The development's hard enough. They shouldn't have to figure out how they're going to get connected to the virtual desktop, or to use the new system. I would advise as much as possible to meet them where they are. Moving on. How to make it successful. Okay, so how to make this successful. So one is I would so to make a outsourcing arrangement successful. Number one, I'd recommend that as the CTO, as a person providing the management oversight for the company for this arrangement, I would recommend daily in-person communication. And I put an in-person and an asterisk there. If that's not how people communicate, if they don't do a video conference, if people just simply do some kind of Slack channel meeting or something like that, or a Microsoft Teams channel meeting, if that's how the communication happens, I think that's fine. But it should be a daily thing. It should be very much interpersonal, and following up on the work that's happening with the company to make sure that things aren't falling behind. Item 2 here, as an outsource provider, I just kind of recommend that people that they not be intimidating. They can be very stressful for those doing the outsource development work, who may have never met who is essentially their employer face to face. It can be very stressful for them to be put on the spot to provide results so quickly. So, and it may be counterproductive to do that. So my recommendation is to go easy with them. So simple, clear expectations with the team, ideally documented, but even when not documented, again, clear, simple. Not too situational. Make it easy for them. Number 4, get to know the team, or get to know the team on the other side of the world. They are people as well, and they're going to the quality of their work in some respects is going to reflect what they how hard they want to work for this project. So if they don't know who you are and they don't know what they're doing or anything about your company, they're probably not going to want to work very hard. I believe it was Drazen who mentioned respect the locale. I completely agree with that. That's very important. Respect their holiday schedule. Respect any other locale specific details they have. You always feel kind of bad when you find out that you gave somebody a deadline, and that was when they're one of their most a day in their country when everyone just takes it off, their national holiday or whatever, and so they worked all day through it while their family was out on the patio, eating a meal. You feel kind of bad about that. So I would strongly recommend that you get to know that. And finally, be conscious of culture match. And I put an asterisk on that because my experience with culture match has been that I think in this era, I think people from any country can get along with any country. I don't think that's going to be the issue, but I think what can be the issue is when you have a person in a different locale working with for a dramatically different kind of company than your company. That person may be working as an outsourced developer for a very large company and may be very used to doing work a specific way, and you may be a very small company, and you may be looking for more of a personal match, somebody who can really kind of understand your ambitions and your company's mission and what you're trying to do. That may not be a good culture match. Perhaps you should have selected a small outsourced developer rather than rather than a large one. Or I think one of the stories that I recall from one of the early attempts at outsourcing was we were looking to outsource well to another country, and we had a small collection of developers, about 6 people, and they were all they knew each other very well. They were they all did very well financially. They like to talk about the local sports teams and their vacations. And as we were looking at outsourcing our development efforts, one of the providers said, well, they were very proud because they provide with every person in the company with one good meal a day, and they knew every person in the company got one good meal a day. We just didn't see how that was going to be possible to have to bring in one additional person who was obviously living in a very different way with a tight-knit development team who was not used to that. So we decided to not go forward with that particular outsourcing effort just for that reason. I think that was the right decision for that company at that time. I would kind of really strongly recommend that people be very conscious of those types of things as they move forward. The outsourced developers are going to be members of your team. Moving on to Factor, my company. Factor is so to talk about Factor. There are. So sorry, technical problem here.
Hey, Daniel, I just want to let you know we have about 2 minutes left, so not want to rush you or anything, but if you want to kind of wrap up your last couple of thoughts,
Sure.
and maybe share with everyone where they can connect with you offline and your parting words.
Sure. So Rajnish earlier presented 3 different ways of outsourcing work. He presented you can hire people, you can hire contractors, or you can outsource the work. Factor is a 4th option. Factor is a fractional chief technology officer service. Factor, if you hire me or my partners, you're hiring a member of your team to work for your company as your chief technology officer for a fraction of the time and a fraction of the cost. So that is to say, rather than hiring a person a full-time person for $150,000 a year, you can hire a seasoned chief technology officer for perhaps a day a week, perhaps a day a month, for a price that would be again a small fraction of that. We serve the greater New York City area. We provide high-end technology management for a fraction of the price, and we're servicing a broad array of industries, including professional services and manufacturing. We have strong expertise in cybersecurity, cloud services, and what I call a modern post-COVID computing environment that is a lot of remote work. We have extensive experience with CRMs, ERPs, and PSAs. We know many of them, and we're very strong in them. And last, I work with software that no one else wants to touch. So if you know somebody who's in the position where they're looking for an expert in whatever it may be, I have them contact me. I can probably help them. I can be contacted in email, the email address above, or on LinkedIn. And I very much appreciate being given the opportunity to present here. Back to you, Javy. So, Javy?
Sorry about that. I was trying to get back to home base. So everybody, Raul, I'll introduce you here in a second. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're doing well. Hey y'all, sorry for everyone for the obviously technical difficulties. I apologize to Daniel as well as the audience. Obviously, just part of the growing pains of being virtual, right? So without further ado, Raul, thank you so much for joining us today. Looking forward to your conversation and some of your talking points. So if you'd like to introduce yourself and kind of let everyone know who you are, what you're working on, and kind of what you're going to be talking about, and I'll let you take over and have the floor. Thanks for joining us. I'll be in the background if you need me.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Javy, for inviting me. I'm very glad to share this space with you guys today. I am an experienced designer. My company, Ubuntu, is based in Miami, Florida. And from there, we attend different size companies, mostly medium and large size companies, but some of them very well known from all industries like MasterCard, Google, Oracle. So we dedicate ourselves to identify opportunities to engage customers with brands through the experience. So my idea today is to share from our perspective, from our design business, how to improve your business, how to improve our business through the outsourcing. I will share my. Let me share. I will share. I want to make sure that I will have the sound. I think it was. There's a box for the sound, but okay. Please confirm me that we are. You are seeing that you are seeing that. No, this is not. Hold on, please. Here we are. No. Hold on. Here we are. Yeah, can you confirm me that you're looking at the presentation?
I can see that. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No, don't
Thank you,
worry.
Raul.
Excellent. Thank you. So, my friends, what we are going to talk today is about the whys and hows to outsource software platforms and solutions in order to improve your own business. As I was telling you guys, I'm the founder of Ubuntu CX Design. It's a design firm based in Miami. I also wrote a few books, 6 actually. The 2 last of them were Essential Modern Marketing. I wrote it with the great Philip Kotler. My last one is, but the newest one, is Love by Design. It's already there. It's how to engage your customer through loving bonds. So it's my, and also in the third pillar of my profile is that I am a vocational professor. I mean, I teach in many universities all over the world, in the University of Kobe, Japan, and the University of Lyon, France, and here in the States, and a few universities when I have the time to do it, and I mentioned that because time is one of the critical factors we will be talking about today. I would like to start with, to me, it's a critical factor, and it's a market can change overnight. Nothing is given for granted. Our positioning today probably won't remain the same in the near future. I'm sure that when you are a startup, you are building your identity step by step, and that's fine. That's great. But once you reach certain level of success, you tempt to believe that that level will remain the same in the near future. My advice to you guys today is that never feel that your comfort zone will get into the future. You need to think, and I know that you from the startup mindset, you have this idea of uncertainty. You manage the idea of uncertainty. I want to give you an example how things change, and I'm showing you the graphic of the market value in the automobile industry. What I want to show you is on November 15, 2022, I mean less than 1 year ago, that market crashed and started a new reality when an unknown company overcome, in terms of market value, overcome the value of GM and Ford Motor Company. The new company was not the classic Tesla, it was Lucid Motors. And if I ask you guys who from you knows Lucid Motors, I'm sure that most of you don't know it, and it's fine because nobody knows it. But I want to show you a very brief video about this company in order to show that how things can change overnight.
A new tier of luxury electric requires a retail experience in a class of its own. Welcome to Lucid Motors' flagship studio in Beverly Hills. Right away, you'll notice our studios are designed around our guests, providing the space, time, and a relaxed atmosphere to help you get to know our brand and cars inside and out. The first thing you'll come across is our display area, where Lucid Air is front and center. From its signature light blade, all the way to the trunk lid spoiler, get up close and experience Lucid Air in real life. Exploring inside, you'll immediately feel luxury, the stunning two-tone interior, 5K display, and of course the spacious silent cabin and sweeping glass canopy. There's nothing like experiencing Lucid Air in person. Next, it's on to colors, materials, and finishes. Learn the intricacies and deliberate design choices behind each material and finish. Then, mix and match your ideal, California-inspired exterior and interior color options in wheel packages. Once you've chosen your favorite combination, it's over to the VR bug. Immerse yourself in our state-of-the-art configurator that literally puts you inside the Lucid Air of your dreams. Listen to the ocean, see the Golden Gate Bridge, and step inside your personalized air. And if you're torn between quantum gray and zenith red, just ask the associate. They'll show you both in daylight and at night. Now it's time to get into the details. Our technology display takes you behind the scenes of our proprietary tech. Dive deep into our efficiency and performance specs. Take a close look at our battery, drive unit, and power electronics. You'll find out what makes Lucid Air the longest range, fastest charging, luxury electric car in the world. And of course, for us, the details matter all the way down to our merchandise. Our design standards and aesthetic are upheld in everything we do, from our cars to our studios, to our hats, t-shirts, and jackets. Some of our studios also share their locations with a Lucid service center. When it comes to maintaining your Lucid, you can bring it in, or we can come to you with our mobile service vans. Your vehicle will also periodically receive updates remotely over the air. That brings us to the end of our tour. If you're located near a Lucid studio, please stop in. And with more studios rolling out, keep your eyes peeled for one nearby. We look forward to seeing you soon.
when we see this story, probably we can highlight some clear details about their success, like great design, great products, exceptional experience, driving experience through a VR device, beautiful studios, a very solid network of service centers. That's the classic factors, the typical factors we can use to attribute this to success. But I would like to highlight 4 different keys about the success of this company. First one, the compelling art of reacting faster and better than the competence, which means they are light enough in order to understand opportunities, in order to react to consumer changes and move forward before everybody else with a clear idea of a powerful value proposition. The second one is staying focused, doing what they know. I mean, it's being attached to a plan that will drive them to the desired positioning and successful. So my friends, the third one is dedicate yourself to what you are excellent at. They know how to build cars, electrical cars. Some of them were part of Tesla before. They learn from Tesla. They bring fresh ideas, and they are excellent engineers. That very innovative designers that bring all together those exceptional implementation. And finally, they present an incredible degree of efficiency, which in terms of corresponding to a market value is extremely important. And for any one of us, saving money for the rainy day is really probably one of the key of our future success. So my friends, the big question here is, in which side are we going to stand? From the buy side or from the build side? That's a good question. And sometimes we are tempted to think that because we know our business, we know exactly what kind of tools, what kind of softwares we need to deliver value. But I'm talking from my experience, and I can say that sometimes dedicating time to develop this kind of tools provoke a deviation from the place you need to be at certain time, a certain point of the journey. So this is a critical decision for any startup that wants to be reaching the levels of success that you are looking for. So let me give you some of my reasons why I decided to go to outsource any software solution in my company. First of all, allowed me to turn my company into an early and fast mover. We can be there. Probably we were not 100% ready, but we were there before anybody else. We started with our company 10 years ago. We start designing tools, programs, philosophy behind the service much earlier than anybody else. But by not having to dedicate time to develop softwares to deliver our value, we could move much faster than anybody else. Second, and it's very important for a startup, we managed to have reduced prices and variable cost. This thing about variable cost will make the whole difference. Especially when you, I don't know how was your experience through the pandemic, but what I can tell you guys through, because of my experience, or over my experience, is that because I structure my company over a major part of variable cost, I could survive easily over that very crazy years. Third, superior quality and on-time delivery. My business is a delivery business. My success is based on the quality of my delivery, and I cannot resist friction, failures, breakout in the service. I need to deliver quality service all time long. So through using mature solutions, I could manage to have this level of quality that my markets were demanding. For constant communications, we had built a very, very active flow of communications between internal flow of communication between departments, or external flow of communication with our partners, and also with our customers. So we create an ecosystem in terms of communications, where every time a customer complains about something, that complaint gets into an intelligence engine that can address the complaint into the right department, but also connected with the software partner that will enable the solution. So we are living on an active ecosystem, which needs to have this constant flow of communication. The flow of communication, my friends, is like the blood on your veins. You know what I mean? 5 is a 24/7 business operation. Obviously, and this is, for me, this is completely necessary. There's a saying, devil is in the details. And one of the things that I learned, that when you have a time frame for your operations, specifically for your service operations, let's say your contact center, let's say that you work up to 8 p.m. with your contact center, 80% of your customers' problems will happen after 8 p.m. when nobody can answer the phone. So I decided to get into these outsourcings, because I need to have this 24/7, and I couldn't have by myself. I couldn't also have the right infrastructure, the right environment on the time frame that I needed. And the two last factors were high-tech security and expense steadiness. Those two ones are also extremely important. As you can see, my friends, there's a lot of reasons behind the decision of going outsource, and that will transform your business for good. Now I will tell you how did I apply that to my business as experienced designers. Basically, my business, my universe, has 4 different planets. Those are customer understanding in the first place, co-creative design, business transformation, and auditing or measuring. So when you see this, you will realize that are completely different and seems to be isolated worlds, which means that in each one of them, I need different kind of technological solutions. Can you imagine what a mess is to deliver services through 4 different platforms? What should be my headcount in order to have specialists at every single discipline and deliver the service the customer needs? And as I told you, customers like Google, customers like MasterCard, Abbott Labs, Oracle, I mean, they are extremely demanding, so they cannot receive, we cannot resist this level of complaint with this kind of company. So getting into those 4 planets, you will understand the complexity of my business, and then the how software outsourcing save our business. First, the first word was customer understanding. What is customer understanding? It's more than generating a simple survey or, I don't know, making some calls to your customers and doing some questions and receiving some answers. Customer understanding, at the end of the day, my friends, is finding out the brand connections at customers' mind. It's a very complex process. It's much more than a survey, because a brand is an association inside customers' mind. That association is mainly based on functional and economical factors. But also, because we are talking about experience, we cannot only rely on functional factors. We need experiential factors, emotional factors. So when you need to understand emotional factors, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. So you need a very advanced level of technology to understand, for instance, social media posts or videos with interviews with your customers and applying certain logic or algorithm. Let me show you, going back to the Lucid Motors case I showed you before, what does it mean to understand customers' mind? Basically, it means this. After going through hundreds of interviews, recorded interviews, we filter those interviews through learning machine, and the software is understanding the meaning behind the expressions of our customers, and can draw this mental model of different kind of customers from, in this case, Lucid Motors. So you can see that we can, the software can discriminate the customer expressions, verbal expressions, and divide and classify the information in 4 different dimensions: functional, financial, emotional, and brand or aspirational, and then allocating inside each one of those 4 dimensions the key factors that are coming out of the speech, the customer speech. So my friends, this is really complex, but this is the key of our value that we are delivering. The second word was co-creative design. We are designers. And when we are talking about co-creation, we are talking about a collaborative practice using like some tools like design thinking or human-centered design, in order to create value, in order to take the information from the first word and apply them to through these tools, those design thinking tools, and have like a new value proposition as an outcome. And here, and I think that this has born in the pandemic days, because we have to use collaborative tools in order to recreate what we have done in the physical world. So this is a typical empathy map or value proposition template, and we are using different solutions. One of them is Miro, and it's I love it. I mean, because we can simulate the exactly dynamic that we used to have in our workshops, and we can do it online. And now we're still using this online collaborative software, because we realize that for people, for customers, for our clients, it's much easier to gather through this online solution, rather than going to an office, spending 4 hours working, co-working with us. I mean, now it's very complicated. So now we're still using this co-creation software, and we are very happy by using them. And also because the reporting part of these exercises, now it's much easier than what it used to be before. Another part of our service is the journey mapping. It's very well known. Everybody knows that. And we are using a few solutions in order to have all the information on this outsource software. Let me tell you a secret. I tried to design this software by my own team. I tried, and I made 3 attempts to get it. first of all, I hired a team here in the States. Then I went to Latin America with teams in Argentina, in Brazil. Then I went to Ukraine because they were much cheaper to develop this kind of software. I completely failed. So I surrounded myself and I said, I don't need to waste my time trying to, reinvent the wheel. Don't do it. No, never do it. Invest your time looking for these kind of solutions that are already invented in the digital world. The third part of my business is business transformation. We need to transform operations. We need to come up with some rollout plans. So we also use some tools, online tools and collaborative tools to create service blueprint. This is OmniGravel. It's one of the tools that we use. The same as the one I show you, the Amigo software. It's excellent in order to, first of all, to organize the information in a much clear way to see it, to classify it, and also to turn it into an actionable output. So I will love to do that, and also some project management. There are tons of project management tools today. So we're not married to anyone in particular. We're changing them. We are looking for some improvements, some functionalities. I mean, we become demanding. We are the demanding part now. So I'm extremely happy because there's a lot of new tools out there, and we are using to our convenience. And finally, the part of measuring or auditing customer experience. There's another set of very well-known softwares like Dahlia, Salesforce, Oracle, SAP, and we can have what we have learned so far is that here in these kind of tools, which are a little bit more expensive, also we can have maybe two parts of two of our words covered by the service from these kind of softwares, because they are much more mature. They have much more intelligence. I mean, sometimes they're incredible in order to help me to deliver our services, and we are pretty happy with by using that. And also, you know what? Sometimes we didn't even have to hire the service of this software, but we have our own customers, the customers that buy our design, hiring this service for them. You know what I mean? So we don't get in the middle. We just passed these recommendations to our customers, and they are happy to hire them directly. There's no extra cost involved. The process is completely easy, fast, and the deliverable is really impressive. So by doing this, I can dedicate myself to my business purpose, which is creating value through experience. And when you see that, when you think about creating value, my philosophy about that is creating value is an act of rebellion. It's not accepting reality as it comes and makes you commit yourself to change that reality. So as you see, it's a big purpose. So I cannot waste our time by looking for new kind of developments, hiring tech guys with the whole thing that implies. So we need to be dedicated to that, to create value through experience design. Creating value goes way beyond a good product. It means understanding the emotions of your audiences. Creating value is making many difficult decisions. I like to bring Whitney Wolf as an example. Whitney Wolf was the founder of Tinder until he went through a very complicated case of abuse in her own company, and then he went away and founded Bumble, which is now a new dating application where she applied all her experience, her personal experience, and create an application, a dating application where women are protected. Women can block any kind of, they have the initiative. They can start the process. They can't be, abused. Creating value for me, for my company, it's understanding the other. So I need to do that. I need to be focused on understanding the others. Creating value is turning my company as a reliable company. And I like to share, for me, there's 3 facts that shows how reliable a person could be. The first one is, would you buy a used car from this person? And if you doubt it, maybe the answer is no. The second one is, if you need to go out from your home today and you need to leave your kids with somebody else, with your friends, would you do that? Would you feel so comfortable asking your friends to take care of your kids? And the third one is, would you give the keys of your house to a friend, to your friend? So the third case is a perfect example of the most reliable brand in the world, which is Amazon. Amazon is giving you the chance to deliver inside your home. But to do that, you need to give them the code.
You already know Amazon is the easiest way to get what you need. Like gifts for people whose birthday you've forgotten. As an Amazon Prime member, you'll now be able to use Amazon Key, a new service that enables in-home delivery. With the Amazon Key app, you can also grant access to the people you trust. Let's say you need to remotely manage guest access to the front door of your home, maybe to let in your dog walker, a friend, or maybe to let in a team of home cleaning ninjas. To get started, order the Amazon Key in-home kit, which includes Amazon Cloud Cam and one of several compatible smart locks. Have it installed by a pro, or if you're handy, install it yourself. Once installed, it's no problem if you're not at home. With Amazon Key, you can get your packages delivered just inside your door. You can track your delivery with real-time notifications, watch the delivery happening live, or review a video of the delivery after it's complete. Maybe you don't want your packages sitting out on display. Maybe rain is in the forecast. Or maybe you just need your mom's gift moments before she walks through the door. You know, because you're awesome.
My message here, my friends, is you need to dedicate your time and efforts to become reliable. You need to be so reliable that makes your customers feel extremely comfortable with your service and make them loyal to your brand. And you know what? Being reliable helps you make more money. And that's the final outcome of this. Because it's the most reliable company, it's the most valuable company, at least in its industry. So, and finally, for me, creating value it's been like a memories factory. We create memories with our customers. So I need to have my hands free. I need to be dedicated to understand them, their customers, the customers of my customer, and also to understand how to design those beautiful stories those customers will live with the brand. Finally, creating value for me, for my company, it's accomplishing a brand promise. And when you see what is a brand promise, it's a mix of reputation and identity. And getting into those terms, a reputation is the relationship between the brand promise and the validation at each interaction. And the identity of a brand is what makes you different, expressed consistently at every interaction. So the key for my company is to deliver value at every interaction. To do that, I had to streamline the delivery part. And to do that, to streamline the deliverables, I had to choose the best partners I can in order to ensure that my promise will be honored at every single interaction. So, as few conclusions, my 4 reasons to outsource, according to what I say. First of all, business design. It's a matter of business design. I need to design my business. I have to build the plan, and this takes a lot of efforts, a lot of time. Nobody can do beside me and my team. So this is the first key. Focus on your own business design. Secondly, improving the delivery. I mean, it's if you fail at the delivery, that brand promise will be broken, and probably customers will leave you because they don't trust you anymore. Third one is be exceptional. And to be exceptional is basically don't get stuck on operational frictions. I did it in the past. I shoot my friends. I fucked up big time because I couldn't deliver the right value my customers were expecting because my platforms were not functioning well, including administrative softwares that will manage the whole flow, the flow of documents, payments, credit notes, and all the administrative part, which is extremely complex when you have a lot of activities with your customer. And then finally, try to have a cost-effective team, but between parentheses, committed team that follow me and follow our company goals, take them as theirs, and also love their work and know what they are doing. You need to have an external team of experts that will help you create value to your customers. So, my friends, I think that expanding your reach through software outsourcing, it's doing way more of what you are doing today with your own resources. It's going for the impossible. So don't feel that you are restricted to your own set of capabilities. Out there, there's a lot of opportunities in order to improve your reach. The only thing you need to do is to go shopping, go understanding what can be helpful for you, doing the right choices, implementing them very fast, and focus on your own value propositions. Thank you, my friend. You can find me online and at the Instagram. It's open, so you can find me. I will be very glad to be in contact with you. I'm ready if you have any questions. I'm happy to.
Raul, thank you so much. That was awesome. I have to ask, where's the accent from?
My accent? Yeah, I'm Italian.
Okay. I was on the fence. I either thought like Italian European or like Puerto Rican / like Cuban. So
no, yes, I'm Italian. I work a lot in Latin America, and also, in Miami. I mean, your English turns into a different thing, So,
yeah, you're like right at the melting pot of the U.S. I actually spent a lot of time in Miami. I love Miami. All my Cuban family lives out there, and I actually also host events out there with the Lab Miami. So next time I'm down there, I'll ping you so we can have you come speak or just come meet the community and what we're doing as well. But absolutely. Thank you so much for your time. We are actually going to be wrapping up the summit. Just too many technical difficulties. So you are the last speaker. Want to open up the floor a few minutes before we kind of sign off here. And I think definitely connecting with you. I already did. I highly recommend it. I was going through your profile on LinkedIn, and it's really impressive. And you were working on in a space that is really interesting because, as someone that hosts startup events across the country, ultimately for me, what I've come to understand is like, you have to find a happy balance between, especially when it comes to outsourcing and automating, because you can have too much automation or too much outsourcing, right? And then there's like an inequality. So, especially I'm assuming based on the context that I have, like we're talking to founders or members of very early stage startups at this summit. So as we move forward, throughout the rest of this year and into 2023, what advice do you have for teams and startups? Because really what people, the area we focus at is very early stage and working, at hosting these events and putting on, these educational, workshops or whatever, just experiences on. For me, one thing that we try and do is not be too like bun up and very, we're more unorthodox and, very engaging type of event. So how can you get people to collaborate, communicate, in a more efficient way, right? Because ultimately, like when I talk to founders and they tell me about their horror stories, most of the time it's because they went on Google and said cheap app development overseas, and it's just like, like it's one of those things where it's just like, I'm all about being efficient, right? But you pay for what, you get.
I think that entrepreneurs are always worried about the money, funding, and it's a big question. It's a big deal, obviously, because you need the cash flow to move forward. But at the same time, you don't have to lose perspective about what are you there for. And what I say is you have to create differential value. That's the key, because if you're not different, if you're not valuable for your audiences, I mean, it doesn't matter if you have the money. I mean, you know what I mean? So value comes first. And by thinking about that, then you go out and look for the resources you need to operate your business. But you don't have to lose that perspective. You need to think about value, and then go out there and look for the solution. The solutions are there. There's so much today. I'm excited because out there's all kind of softwares providers at every corner of the world. Not only here in the States. You can find, as I mentioned in my talk, I worked with Ukrainians, and they were great, and they were cheaper than the technicians in the States. So there's tons of opportunities.
Yeah, there's pros and cons, and I think ultimately just really finding people that you can trust, right? Because at the end of the day, like, that's a big thing. People stealing other people's ideas with these types of partnerships, right? Because one person wasn't protected. So just make sure you're doing everything to protect yourself, your team. Make sure you have, some sort of legal counsel that is advising you at some level. Because I've actually recently spoken to founders who, just, and this is a little bit out there, but in the sense of, they either raised too much money or, they just put themselves in a situation where they actually got themselves fired from their own company, right? And that's just like mind-boggling. So just making sure you're always, at the end of the day, like the best advice I ever got from one of my mentors was that business is warfare, and you just have to stay ready, right? But thank you so much for spending some time with us. I'm gonna ask you one last question to end it. I want to first off thank everyone that is still around joining us. Connect with Raul if you can. LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram, I think he said. You can connect with me as well, Javy Martinez. Thank you all for joining us. Raul, any parting words, any last pieces of advice? Maybe one question I like to ask, one or two questions, is either A, what do you want to be remembered for? What's your legacy? Or B, if you were in an elevator with your 21-year-old self, what one piece of advice would you tell them that today that you didn't know back then?
Excellent questions. The first question, I would like to be remembered as as a person, enthusiastic person that gave the best of him and transform his surrounded square meter because of his energy. The second one is if I have to give, and I believe me, I do it every day as an exercise, as a mental exercise. What kind of advice I can provide to my 20 years old myself would be go for it. I mean, don't be scared. I mean, you're going to fail. Failure is the best way to learn and to move forward and to grow. So that's the best lesson of my entire life. You know, now that I am older, I enjoy the fact ups. You know, I mean, I love to make fact ups because that's the way. That's where I understand I'm learning. I am the learning curve.
That's really interesting, you know, and I'll end it with this. Ironically, one of the software business or software dev shops that sponsor our events, our kind of startup roadshow tour. He made a comment that really like struck a chord with me that you kind of just almost reiterated, but in a sense, like one, as a founder, like, you know, just have fun, shoot your shot. Like the worst thing that they're going to say is no, or they're not going to reply, right? Like big deal, move on, right? Yes. So don't be scared, you know, no is one day closer to a yes. No just means no today. It doesn't mean no tomorrow or next week. So it just means no today. But two, I think, you know, I think as you know, we just went through like kind of like the great resignation and we're kind of transitioning to like kind of like the great layoff. You know, just, you know, have fun, right? I mean, like we have one shot at this, you know, have fun. One thing that I continue to tell myself every day is just have zero regret in anything that I do. And that's definitely helped me because, you know, startups are not easy and it's not for everyone either, right? So make sure that, you know, you're building yourself a good team. You're putting the right people around you because as a founder, your job's to lead. Your job's not to put reports together or build code. It's lead a team, so be a leader. Raul, thank you so much for your time. It was awesome. I'm looking forward to connecting with you. Thank you again to everyone else joining us. I think someone from the Glorium Technologies team might be on, but Raul, feel free to stick around or, you know, if you need to sign off, have a great rest of the day. It was great talking to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Javy.
Woo! What's up, y'all? Awesome. Wow. That was a little crazy, but a lot of fun. So I hope y'all had as much fun attending and learning as I did kind of hosting it. So once again, thank you to Glorium Technologies for hosting this event. Andrei and his team have been doing an amazing job over the last 6 months, putting these on monthly for you founders and startup, you know, co-founders and marketers and everything else that's involved in running a startup. So Javy Martinez, thank you so much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure. I hope to see you at the next one. Feel free to connect with me on Twitter or LinkedIn at Javy Martinez. I really appreciate you spending the time with us today. And I'll leave the floor open for a few more minutes and we'll shut it down. But if someone from the Glorium Technologies team wants to come out and join us for some last words, Andrei or one of the mods. Otherwise, thank you very much, and I hope everyone stays safe and healthy. Have a great day.